Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello. Welcome. Good evening. Thank you for joining us here at Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, welcoming you all back to a special bonus episode. Thanks to the efforts of you, our incredible, amazing audience, especially shout out to Mark T, who dropped a who dropped a large tip after the fact to try to cement this stream so that we get all 3 streams done before I go to PAX. So shout out to Mark. Now, a couple of things. There's a couple of changes that are happening. So if something seems weird with my video, it's because I'm currently in the middle of changing a bunch of camera stuff. I wasn't originally planning on streaming today, and so I had started to take some stuff away and take some stuff down, but then I put it back up. So it's kind of in a temporary position. I'm also trying out a new teleprompter. I'm trying out the Elgato teleprompter. My current teleprompter is sort of a makeshift one made up of mirrors and a separate screen monitor. Well, a monitor. But not like a monitor, but like a monitor, which are called monitors, which is a monitor. Well, anyways, it's it's the things that like people watch the footage on of a camera. Anyways, long story short. Anyways, I'm trying out a new teleprompter. It's a little bit smaller than my other one, but it's brighter and it only needs one plug, so it's easier. Anyways. Welcome everyone. So today we are going to be covering the last 2 of the Starfinder 6. So far we've covered the Solarian and the Witch Warper in our very first show, and then we covered the Operative and the Envoy. So today we finish out the 6 with the remaining stats. We have the key attribute Soldier, which is a key attribute Constitution, which is Soldier, and the key attribute Wisdom, which is our sort of space cleric, aka the Mystic. So without too much further ado, let's get into it. So our soldier is a weapons expert with a mountain of hit points who is not afraid to get in between their allies in danger. So far, so good, right? That's what we think of when we think of the soldier. It's very easy to say, oh, soldier means fighter. They unleash suppressing attacks with area weapons that pin foes. They designate a primary target with their area attacks, granting them extra shots while firing their heavy weapons. Play a soldier if you want to control the battlefield with area of effect attacks while soaking attacks from enemies. And here again, we see, and we'll get into the mechanics of it, but here again, we see some of this really interesting gameplay pattern shift ups in Starfinder 2, where instead of just being this sort of mountain of hit points that does a bunch of damage, they've split those kind of roles and jobs amongst the different classes. And every class has multiple notes. So while the soldier is the sort of heavy weapons guy with the big mountains of hit points, it's not necessarily the super supreme damage dealer. One of my things that I dislike about the Pathfinder 2 fighter is that they are just undoubtedly, I know people will argue different ways that they're not, but they have the best hit points. That obviously the barbarian has more, but they have a 10 hit point class. You have great armor class. You have incredible saves, and you do a ton of damage. So it's like you kind of are just this really mono there's very single focused class. Whereas here we have a class that is talking about doing area of effects and suppressing and helping out their party. And I like that. I like that spread of effects. So what we're going to do today is we're going to take a look at the soldier and the mystic. We're going to look at the core chassis of the class, kind of see what the class gives you just off the basis. We're going to be looking at their proficiencies as they scale, some of their class features, class abilities, particularly if they have a specialization or a subclass. And then we're also going to dig into the feats. We're going to take a look at the first couple levels of feats, some choice ones that pop out to us, or maybe that chat says they would like me to take a look at. And of course, for funsies, we'll take a look at the level 20 feats just so we see where we end up. And right off the bat, we see that the soldier does have a fighting styles option. So there's going to be sort of a subclass there. So the soldier, you're a master of area weapons, heavy armor, and soaking damage. You fight in the thick of battle and unleash devastating salvos against your foes as you take withering fire in return. By laying down a barrage of suppressing fire with powerful weapons, you set up your allies to fulfill their respective roles while encouraging enemies to focus on you. So again, it's a really cool change up on what you might otherwise normally expect this class to be, and I think it's really cool. And we get, for starters, with I think a really cool, awesome option, which is of course the key attribute Constitution. I think that's awesome. I think it really sort of is a cool thing to see, and obviously we've seen that with the Kineticist, but it's cool to see it in sort of a non-spell casting. I know the Kineticist technically isn't a spellcaster, but you know what I mean, a martial class. Anyways, 10 hit points, as we would expect. Honestly, I don't think it would have been crazy to see 12, but the fact that their key stat Constitution, it's like they're an 11 hit point class anyways. So we have a couple of terms here. We'll see auto area fire. This is a special action usually made with weapons that have the area trait. This type of action is used to launch weapons that do a area of effect, such as a burst, a cone, or a line. Auto fire is a special type of attack made with weapons that have the automatic trait. This type of weapon is to use this type of action is used to fire weapons that fire in rapid succession, affecting all foes in a wide cone. So a lot of AoEs here. And lastly, we've seen this before in other classes, but this class is really focused on this, is suppressed. So this is a new condition for Starfinder 2. You've been affected by a high volume of incoming fire or a particularly dangerous attack that forces you to act less efficiently. You get a -1 circumstance penalty to attack rolls and a -10-foot status penalty to all of your speeds. So this is a very effective status at weakening a foe's ability to essentially attack you and move into combat or move out of combat, I suppose. So it's a really cool condition. And of course, we have what you might do during a combat encounter. Well, you're going to shoot stuff. During a social encounter, you might stand back and do nothing. Yeah, okay, that checks out. So initial proficiencies. So we are trained in perception, not an expert. Again, I like how rather than just making like the fighter class, they've kind of picked over the fighter's corpse and given it to different classes, right? Like they gave some of it to the operative, they gave some of it to the soldier. So this class is only trained in perception. We do have good, fairly good fort saves in an expert fort and an expert will. Keep in mind that we do have key attribute con. So we're going to start with an 18 con. So we are going to have an insane fortitude save. We're trained off rip in intimidation, which is pretty cool. And we get all of our weapons. Note that it is just trained. Only the operative is expert starting off. We're trained in every type of armor. And so there we go. So all off basis, it's nothing super fancy or special here. Pretty normal. I like that we get expert and will over reflex. Most of the time, reflex things are going to, just do damage or maybe slow you down a little bit. I don't get the impression that this guy's worried about taking damage too much. Will saving throws, though, can really mess you up. So it's cool that we do get that extra little boost in will, especially since we may not be bumping our wisdom that much. So it's nice to have a little bit of extra punch there. So we get, of course, at level 1, a bunch of abilities, mostly attributed to our ancestry, our background. We start with our initial attribute boosts that are going to get us up to 18. And then we get the aforementioned proficiencies in weapons and proficiencies in saving throws and skills. Nothing super special there or different there. But we do start off with a special ability called Suppressing Fire. You have a knack for using powerful weapons to harry your foes and hinder their movement. If you make an attack with a weapon that has the area trait, such as one that has the area fire or auto fire actions, you use it in a manner that suppresses your targets. Enemies in the affected area who fail their save against your attack become suppressed until the start of your next turn. And that just always applies to it. Now, some soldier abilities and class feats will interact further with the suppressed condition, which is really neat. Now, what is important to note here, if we look at the area fire, now this is a trait that our weapons will have. So assuming that we want to make good use out of this suppressing fire class feature, and I'm assuming we do, we should probably be looking to use weapons that either have the area fire or the auto fire trait. Now, what's interesting about these area traits is if we take a look at area fire, we could see that this results in the creatures making a saving throw. In fact, they have to make a basic reflex saving throw against our class DC. All right? So we don't roll an attack roll, which is good and bad. It changes up some of the math. Now, we don't always have to attack with area fire. You can see that area fire, for example, takes 2 actions. But it is useful to know that this kind of is like, it's like a quasi spell, right? In that it takes 2 actions, it doesn't use our multiple attack roll, et cetera, et cetera. Same thing with auto fire, where we hit a cone, and again, it's going to be a reflex saving throw, causing it as area damage. All right. So again, not, our class DC is going to get used. They'll be used a lot more than we might normally otherwise see it being used from a non-spellcaster, which is, I think, a really cool and interesting type. It also means that if we do an area fire attack with 2 actions, that might interact differently with other things. But there you go. So yeah, area weapons always have to area fire, but automatic weapons have the choice between area and a normal strike. Okay, so I got those backwards. Yeah, okay. Area weapons always have to area. Automatic weapons can be area and a normal. So there you go. So, you can basically go single shot or auto with an auto fire weapon. But if you use an area fire weapon, it's always going to be an area fire weapon. And we'll take a look at some of those weapons as well. Primary target. This is another class feature that we get at level 1. You can focus fire on a single target when unleashing the full devastation of your powerful area weaponry before you make an area attack with a weapon, such as from auto fire or auto area fire or auto fire. You can make a ranged strike as a free action with the same weapon against a single creature in the area who is selected as your primary target. If it's a burst, you have to select the creature in the center of the attack. And if it's a cone or a line, it has to be the creature that is closest to you. If 2 or more creatures are equidistant, you can choose one. On a hit, if your primary target rolls a success against your area fire attack, they get a failure instead. And this free strike doesn't count towards your multiple attack penalty. So again, this is a really cool kind of feature. It means that even though we're going to be doing an AoE, we can essentially kind of really concentrate our area fire or our auto fire on a single target. And if we manage to hit them, then if they do make their saving throw, that it will instead be counted as a failure, which is really, really neat. Additionally, it doesn't count towards our multiple attack penalty. So with our third action, potentially we might be in a world where we might be able to do another attack, depending on what kind of weaponry we have equipped. Now, keep in mind, and I could be wrong here, when we're shooting with a gun, chances are pretty good that we're not going to be shooting with our Constitution. So while our class DC will be appropriate, aka we're trained in our class DC and we have a 18 in our key attribute, so our class DC is going to be 17, which is what it quote unquote should be. Our actual ability to attack is probably going to be slightly lagged because of this. Now, I don't know. There might be some weird weapons out there. There might be some weird class feats out there that help address this. But generally our attack bonus might be a point or so below. But that's okay, because this is just kind of like an extra bonus thing on top of what we're really doing, which is, kind of spray and pray. Okay, so we also at first level get to pick our fighting style. This is where we will basically get our subclass, and our style will determine how we approach combat and how often changes you take advantage, and it can often change how you take advantage of our ability to suppress target. So we have the action hero. The Starfinder continues with its really great names. Super thematic. Everybody gets it. A lot of cultural resonance, which I really appreciate. So we have the action hero, the armor storm, the bombard, close quarters, the erudite warrior, the walking armory. So we've got 4 choices. So let's take a look what these do. Perhaps your fighting style is that of the action hero. Anything could be solved. That's what you believe. Anything could be solved by shooting your way out of it. Your bravado and over-the-top actions have a way of working out for you. There's nothing that a barrage of laser blasts and bullets can't fix. All right. When you successfully make a ranged strike with an automatic weapon, you suppress the target until the start of your next turn. In addition, when you auto-fire, the size of the cone is equal to the weapon's full increment, not half. When using the auto-fire action, you can designate a target anywhere in the cone rather than the creature close to you. So the action hero is the Arnold Schwarzenegger, Stallone fighting style, where you are just the best at using the auto-fire weapons, right? You're the best at using, right? Because you are going to be able to suppress any target that you make a ranged strike with an automatic weapon. Your auto-fire cone AoE is going to be larger than anybody else's, and you can designate any target in your cone as your primary target, not just the one that is closest to you. So, cool. That's our auto-fire one. Okay? Armor Storm. Now remember, the game basically they told us that the class was based around heavy armor, automatic weapons, and area weapons. So chances are pretty good that we're going to get the 3 of these. Now, Karma is saying that the walking armory isn't actually a style. It's just a formatting error on Nethys. So ignore the walking armory. I guess it's just a feature that got logged onto the SRT. So one of the styles is Armor Storm. Your armor feels like a part of you and stands up to the heavy fire in the thick of battle. You never count as being in the area of a ranged weapon you've made an attack with. So I guess I didn't really think about that. Basically, when you're dropping all these AoEs, you might end up dropping an AoE on yourself in order to hit close by targets, which is really interesting. So you could basically throw grenades right at your feet and be okay. I didn't actually even think about that. But that's pretty funny. Oh man, that's pretty funny. Hold on a sec. We got somebody. Unfortunately, Twitch is really bad at letting me ban people. Like in YouTube, if I click on it in the chat, it gives me just like a pop-up that says ban this person. But in Twitch, I can reply to them or I can pin their message. So that's cool. Way to go, Twitch. That's awesome. Those are my only options. I can pin their message or I can reply to it. I can't believe that you can't actually ban people directly from the chat. That's wild. Wow. That is actually insane that you can't do that. I mean, I am the mod. I don't even know what the fuck a mod panel is. I can clip that. I can raid somebody. I can stream together. I can drop a 60-second ad, but God help me if I can't ban somebody from my chat. All right, there we go. Ban them. Okay. I had to click into their account, not the message. All right. Not as bad as I thought. Just different. All right. Moving back. They're gone. Armor Storm. So you never count in being in your own AoE, so you can drop AoEs at your feet and be fine. You also get resistance equal to half your level to all damage against attacks made by suppressed targets. Again, this is a fairly minor amount of resistance, but I mean, I suppose it could add up. But if for whatever reason somebody's suppressed, whether you suppress them or somebody else suppress them, you do get resistance against their attacks, which is nice. You do not need a free hand to disarm, grapple, reposition. That's the new one, by the way, that lets you move them into your space and vice versa. Shove or trip, which means we can have our big ass two-handed, Gatling gun, and be okay to still basically do, our core actions. We also get a +1 status bonus to athletics checks to disarm, grapple, reposition, shove, and trip suppressed foes. So if we get them suppressed, so again, our mini game, every class has sort of had this kind of inbuilt mini game, and our mini game is get them suppressed. Okay. If you successfully disarm, grapple, reposition, shove, or trip a creature, it becomes suppressed. So again, we're just like stacking up all of this stuff. And I by the way, I want to point out that, hitting an opponent for a good chunk of damage, then they become suppressed, then you grapple them. That's pretty good, quote unquote crowd control. You've made them off guard, suppressed, and immobilized. That's pretty good. And you hit a bunch of other creatures in potentially a cone or an AoE. You've also gained resistance against that attacks from all those people who've suppressed, including the person that you just suppressed, and now are grappling with. So that's pretty cool. I don't exactly know. Again, this is an example, in my belief, of gamist ideologies taking over at Paizo, because we're not really worried about how exactly is our person grappling someone when we've got two hands on a gigantic minigun. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out later. It's fine. You're an action. You're a kick-ass. You're the Armor Storm. We'll figure it out. It doesn't matter. The fiction here, maybe not as important as just the mechanics, but it is a cool mechanic. I actually kind of like everything in this subclass. Don't get me wrong. I think Action Hero sounds a lot of fun too, but this Armor Storm sounds pretty cool. All right. So Bombard there's nothing like a big gun to get through tough times. You've come to the terms with the fact that a stray bullet might hit an ally, but you try to minimize such instances of quote unquote friendly fire. You've trained to avoid harming allies with your barrages. When you attack with an area weapon, you can select a number of allies within the area equal to half your Constitution modifier. So it's mostly going to be 2 or 3 for the majority of the game. The selected allies are unaffected by that attack. In addition, enemies who succeed, but not critically succeed, but if they succeed on their save, they still become suppressed. So part of this is kind of like a good player and good team of players wouldn't worry about this because they would just be perfectly positioned and never worry about getting caught in the line of fire. But, so there's kind of a fun little element here to be like, you don't have to really worry about that too much and hitting your allies. At the same time, it also gives us this little additional bonus, which is that basically, unless they critically succeed, we're at least going to do damage and suppress them to them. There's no way they can get out of that, which is actually pretty sick. Don't get me wrong. Avoiding the AoEs is going to be a big deal as well. It also really comes down to, but remember, I think in Pathfinder 2, a class like this would be a lot harder to sort of make work because of the overwhelming focus on melee combat for the majority of classes. Obviously here we have a lot more classes that are moving around, much more mobile, and of course are very ranged in their own right. So I think there's not as much of a focus on worrying about hitting all of your allies. That being said, this just works clean, no dice rolls. You just, select a number of allies equal to half your Constitution modifier. They don't have to worry about it. So that's a very cool thing, especially if you want to be sort of danger close and you want to be dropping, spreads of bullets. Like, for example, let's just back this up. This is where I always talk about Pathfinder 2, and I think people, playing Path Builder on their own at home is a mistake, and I think Starfinder 2 is very more important for this. Don't build your character in a vacuum. If you know that you're going to have a envoy who's going to be, melee focused and leading from the front, and you have an operative who went with the sort of super close range gun kata style, or went with the melee sort of striker skirmisher style, then you're going to have at least a good number of people in your party who are going to be in melee range or within 5, 10, 15 feet of the enemies. They're going to be trying to close the distance and getting close. You might want to pick up Bombard then, because otherwise you're going to have to really be, either hitting your allies or maybe making some really shitty shots in order to avoid clipping your allies. So this is where you can work together as a team to create a very strong class. If you have a team that's all long distance sniper operatives and long distance, witch warpers who are relying on, difficult terrain to keep the fight away from them, then I don't think the Bombard would be as necessary. But if you have a team that has a lot of people who like to get into the thick of it, then, this becomes a lot more appealing. Our style, speaking of close quarters, one of our styles is close quarters. While we do use heavy weapons, we believe that we keep a backup when the foes get too close. As long as you're wielding a two-handed melee weapon, you meet the requirements for soldier feats that require an area weapon. When you're using a soldier feat, any two-handed melee weapon you're wielding gains area burst 5 feet, and you are unaffected by your attacks with that weapon. You can make a melee strike with a two-handed melee weapon instead of a ranged strike with a primary target or any soldier feat. In addition, you gain the whirling swipe feat. Man, talk about a freaking mind bender. Basically, it turns your two-handed melee weapons into very, very, very short range little micro grenades that you're immune to, thankfully. So basically every melee attack that you're making is going to be AoE. Not a huge AoE, but AoE. And as a result of that, all of your soldier feats will be able to use that. Yeah. In addition, we get this whirling swipe feat for free, which is a 2-action. You're wielding a two-handed melee weapon. You swing your weapon in a wide arc, deadly arc. Your weapon gains the area burst 5 feet and unwieldy traits until the end of the turn. If it has reach, the burst radius becomes the reach of your weapon. Area fire with the required weapon, centering the burst on a corner of a square you occupy. You're excluded from the burst. If you're using a weapon with the backstring or sweep traits, you get a +1 circumstance bonus. If you have the primary target class feature, the primary target strike you make is a melee strike rather than a ranged strike. Wait a second. I'm confused. I thought any weapon that we're wielding gains area. So why would we ever need this? Interesting. I see. The feat lets you just use reach. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Anyone could take the feat. Got it. I was like, okay, anyone could take the feat. That makes more sense, Kara. I mean, like, obviously, yes, with the core ability, it's always going to be 5 feet. With whirling swipe, it's burst of our reach. But yeah, okay, I see that. Technically, somebody else could pick this up, like through an archetype feat or something like that. Erudite Warrior. I mean, honestly, this was one of those ones that I don't really care. I don't know. Look, if I'm a soldier and I'm shooting people with my big gun and I want to, like, why am I using heavy weapons? Come on. I want a big gun. Erudite Warrior. I mean, I'm already out. Not every problem should be solved with a gun. Boo. I disapprove. Holy. Let's see here. Someone's saying it's really bad. Choose diplomacy or society. You get that skill training and a lore. And if you get armor expertise, which you will, you also get increased proficiency in diplomacy. And it becomes master. And when we get legendary armor, we get legendary proficiency in this skill. Wow. Skill training to legendary and diplomacy. Cool. For our non-charisma class. Awesome. Once per round, we have oppressive presence. So hopefully this can save it. They are tier 1, Jackal. I love erudites. My favorite EverQuest character, Jacord, the Enchanter, was an erudite. You unnerve foes with a look, or similarly unsettle them with subtle mannerisms or veiled threats. One enemy creature of your choice within 60 feet becomes suppressed until the start of your turn. If that creature targets you with a strike or offensive action, it loses the suppressed condition from that effect. So, just a real quick note here. It's interesting. Pathfinder 2 and Starfinder 2, by extension, are very interesting because, and I think we overlook this sometimes. It's very interesting how there are a lot of ways to say the same thing, but they're different, and it can be very confusing. And it's also really interesting that they have this 3-action economy in the game, and they make a big deal about it. And then they really go out of their way to make sure that it's not a 3-action economy. So one of the ways that they do this, obviously, is by making some things take 2 and 3 actions. Obviously, a 2-action action, and then a 1 action is basically a 2-action economy, which is exactly what, they say lesser games are bound to say nothing of 3 actions. But then we also have this idea of the flourish ability, which is how we can make something be only 1 action, but it can't be abused by just being able to spam that action because you can only do 1 flourish thing per round. But oppressive presence doesn't have flourish. Instead, it has a frequency requirement, which is once per round. And, it's weird to me because this is almost like the bonus action thing in 5e where someone's like, oh, so I have a bonus action? And you're like, no, you only get a bonus action if you have something that would require a bonus action. And if you do, it uses that bonus action. And someone's like, okay, so oppressive presence has flourish. You're like, no, it works like flourish, but it isn't flourish. That way you can flourish and still do this, but they're both limited to once per round. So it's like flourish, but only for itself on its own timer. And you're like, what are we fucking even doing here? Anyways, it's one of those things where it's just like we've gotten to this point, and this isn't, by the way, this is not the first time that this has ever happened in the game. Far from it. It just really stands out to me because it's like, let's just make it flourish, or don't have a frequency restriction on it, or if you're gonna put a frequency restriction on it, just make it flourish. You created that trait for a reason. Use it. Use it. Now, maybe it is a mistake, Kendall. Maybe it is a mistake. But the fact that they have this separate frequency thing here seems, I don't know. Anyways. Regardless, there's no check for this. So it's kind of like a taunt. They get a -1 penalty to attack. And obviously, they lose the suppression if they attack you. The problem is, it's still not really that great of a motivator because attacking you is obviously pretty stupid, right? You're super heavy armored. You might have resistance from that. Well, you will have resistance from them because they're suppressed. And they get a -1 to attack everybody. But if they attack you and then they lose suppression, well, then they can attack somebody else with no penalty, except they'll have multiple attack penalties. So they'll be at -5. So it's still better to shoot your Witch Warper or your Mystic with your first shot and, take the -1 rather than shoot the super heavily armored guy who you're going to have -1 against anyways, and is also superly heavy armored and has a ton of hit points and even gets resistance against your attacks because it's, from that. Is it only from the 1 class? Oh, you're right. It's only from Armor Storm. Never mind. All right. Removes that part. But you're still a very heavily armored class. Legendary armor proficiency. I'm assuming we're going to be like the champion and we're going to get expert armor proficiency at level 7. Not to mention that we have, a baseline of 14 hit points per level, which is a lot. So, You know, imagine a barbarian in heavy arm. Imagine a barbarian with champion armor proficiencies. Kind of where we're at. Kind of. Anyways. And then this apparently is just flavorful. So we've got Erudite Warrior. I got to admit, I'm not a huge fan. I really don't like this. This is okay, but I still feel like it's just wonky. Close quarters. I don't see the point. Come on. I'm here to use a gun. I get it. Some people don't want to use a gun in their sci-fi game. They want to use a big, I don't know what, axe or something. Whatever. Knock yourself out. Not for me. Bombard, I appreciate as part of a team building aesthetic. And I think that could be really, really cool in the right team build meta. I think Armor Storm is awesome. I love the playstyle that this encourages. And I think Action Hero is awesome. And I love the playstyle that this encourages. But honestly, I think my favorite might be Armor Storm, honestly. I think I really like Armor Storm. Let's see. We'll do a quick poll. We got about 60 people here. You know, I got to admit, I thought more people would be coming out for Starfinder, you know? Although I do love Action Hero as a name. Alrighty. Poll is up. What spec are you taking? Are you taking Action Hero, Armor Storm, the Bombard, Close Quarters, I forgot an S, or the Erudite Warrior? Put your 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5 in chat to start voting. Karama likes the Bombard. Okay. Again, I'm tempted to say I like Armor Storm, but again, I think in the right build with the right party, I think Bombard could save you a lot of headache. So, very good. All right, you guys keep pulling away there. I'm going to shove that up in the corner. Continuing on, so now that we've picked our Action Hero out to a solid lead. Okay, so we get here's that walking armory. Got it. So it did just get kind of captured into this. Okay, so here we go. Basically they go, oh shit. This guy needs to wear a lot of armor, but his key stat is Constitution. He's going to be pumping his Constitution. So what do we do if she needs to carry a bunch of stuff and wear very heavy armor? Oh, got it. We'll swap con for strength when it determines armor. Also, in addition, increase the amount of bulk you can carry by becoming encumbered by half your Constitution modifier, and increase your maximum bulk by your Constitution modifier. So basically, they're like, we're never going to make the alchemist mistake again. So that's pretty funny. This is one of those things where it's like, oops, we made a class that doesn't work. And what I mean by that is, you know, PF2 still has some of that, you know, simulationist DNA, right? Where bulk is tied to strength. And so if you make a class that's supposed to use heavy weapons and heavy armor and they aren't strength, then the game kind of has like a loading problem. Like it's like, oops, you know, does not translate well. So they have to put in these kind of, I'll call it a fix, you know, because this isn't really like a cool power. It just allows you to function as the class was intended. But, you know, it's you know, part of the price that we get for signing up. But it's cool that they thought about it, and I'm glad that they put it in there, and it makes sense. Also, using Constitution for bulk isn't like the most insane stretch of logic that you could possibly make. So it makes sense. So in other words, we're going to be able to carry our big-ass heavy guns and big-ass heavy equipment with no problem. Probably even have a backup rocket launcher to our, you know, double-barreled mini gun or something like that, you know, as one does. Along with a bandolier of, you know, thermal detonators, right? We're ready to go. So we get class feats, good. We get skill feats, of course. And then we get, at level 3, we get Fearsome Bulwark. The aforementioned, we want the class to work. How do we make the class work? And that is by letting us use our Constitution modifier instead of our Charisma modifier on intimidation checks, but only to coerce or demoralize. What is the fucking other purpose of intimidation? Coerce, demoralize. Oh, those are the only two actions that we can take with intimidate. So again, and instead of our strength checks, to make athletics to shove. So again, sort of the stat fix. And again, this isn't really, you can't scare to death with con. It's one of those things that, again, it's just like a little unfortunate that, that the, sorry. It's a little unfortunate that why isn't that coming through? Oh, okay, there it is coming through. Sorry. It's one of those things where this isn't really an ability so much as it is a fix to let the class work, because the class is trying to tell you, hey, look, you can do all this cool stuff where you can like shove people and push people and grapple people and disarm people and, shove them around and intimidate them. And you're like, yeah, but to do that, I need a good charisma and I need a good strength. And you gave me a class that is key attribute Constitution. How am I supposed to do that? And they're like, shit. So now we have to make everything work off of Constitution. So this is called like the primary stat problem. And there's no real good solution. Oh yeah, well the ooze, they really want to make sure that you suck at it for a couple levels before you actually function. Now Don Boki is right. In PF1, they would have just been like, deal with it, and there'd be some absurd back end way to get things done. We've come a long way, if not so long. Well, the thing on Don Boki was that the skills were very different in PF1 because the ranks vastly outnumbered the bonus. And we didn't have like the scaling DC problem like we have in PF2. So again, they have to put this stuff in here because otherwise it just it just doesn't work. I don't know that I completely disagree with Calderiac here. PF2 shouldn't even have stats at this point if they don't mean anything. Just a good stat and a bad stat, and just have tags that tell you when you can use the good one. Kinda to a certain extent. I mean, there are obviously circumstances and instances where being, a 2 or 3 or 4 points behind isn't the end of the world. But yeah, it's one of those weird things where they understand now at this point in their design cycle how absolutely critical it is to have, the right modifiers because the math is very tight. And a difference of 1 or 2 or 3 points is a problem. And, MAD classes, multiple attribute dependency classes, suffer as a result of that. And they've really tried to kind of figure out a way to fix it. And we do so with these type of features. Okay, we pick up. So now at level 3, we're expert in all 3 saves. That's pretty good. Finally, cool, neat. We get perception expertise at 5. We also get our soldier expertise, where we get expert in our weapons. We also get critical specialization effects with our area and automatic traits, further reiterating that we want to use those type of weapons. And as I guessed, because this is the kind of champion progression, we get armor expertise at level 7. We also pick up the armor specialization effects of medium and heavy armor. So like a champion, we are going to have a significant AC buff over our allies, along with the additional benefits of armor specialization, which are, not to be discounted lightly. So that's a significant buff. It's one of those interesting things because, as an aside, it's one of those things where I don't say it's a problem. Maybe it's a problem. It's a scaling problem, sort of, where, so you take a class, okay, like the champion. Let's just say, for the sake of ease, let's just say that the game is 18 levels, not 20, just to make it easy. So the game is 18 levels long. So 1 to 6 is a third of the game. And then we have the next third and the next third. And it's interesting because you have this idea of the concept of the champion, or you have this idea of the concept of the soldier, and they are portrayed as the bulwark. They are portrayed as the strength above all in terms of their armor and defensive capabilities. But for the first 6 levels of the game, a third of the game. And one could argue the most important levels, because a lot of people aren't going to make it to level, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They might make it, to level 7 or 8 or 9, and then their game ends. In fact, there's a lot of actual adventure paths coming out that only go to level 10. So that means that you are going to spend a third of the game or more with your champion from Pathfinder 2 or your soldier from Starfinder 2. And your armor is going to be the same as everybody else's, trained. And that's very strange to me, to say the least. And obviously at level 7, you get this massive glow up because now you're an expert and everybody else is trained, and you get the armor specialization and they don't. But it is weird that before this point, you aren't really an armor specialist in any true sense of the word, because your armor is the same as everybody else's, which is trained. Sure, you might be using heavy armor, which typically gives you 6 points instead of like dex plus a lesser armor, which gives you 5. But anybody who has heavy armor proficiency could get that benefit too. So anyways, that's just like a whole problem I sometimes have with the structure of the Paizo system. I still think it's a little weird in a certain weird way of looking at it, is that like a wizard is just as trained in weapons from a certain way of looking at it as a barbarian or a ranger or a monk. It's a really, because you're like, what? And you're like, well, no, for the first 4 levels of the game, they're all trained, not with every weapon, of course, but it's, but it is kind of weird to think, you're like, oh, they kind of are in a weird way. It's kind of interesting. Like the wizard is as proficient with a staff as the monk is, or the ranger is, or the barbarian. Okay. Anyways, now this is interesting because we also get like a spellcaster. Okay, so I was waiting to see if they did this, and they have learned their game. They know how their game works. Most martial classes do not get class DC improvements at level 7, but we kind of cast spells through our machine gun or through our flamethrower. And so they give us our class DC increase to expert at level 7, just like a spellcaster gets their improvement to proficiency at expert. Man, level 7 is a fucking glow up. Wow. We pick up weapon specialization. We pick up fortitude mastery along with fortitude evasion. Juggernaut. I don't remember what they used to call it. We get armor expertise and we get soldier expertise. Wow. Did they? I didn't notice. I don't know that I noticed. Maybe I only noticed more with this class because they use it more often, but maybe. I mean, that's cool if they do, because they recognize that people, class DCs for most classes are just so low as to be almost unusable in Pathfinder 2 sometimes. So, I cast soldier, martial, AoE at willpower. Shh! Don't let them know. Don't let them know. Obvious. Don't let them know. They might get suspicious and they might not want to play the game anymore. Okay, at level 11, we pick up Will Save Mastery along with Iron Will, so we get the upgrade. We pick up Armor Mastery at level 13, giving us Master Proficiency.
Cal tipped $3. I don't know, Bork. What should we do? There is only one thing we can do in this situation. I cast gun. Daka daka daka.
Yes, it would be very difficult for me not to play this class and just go, what, Derek, what are you going to do? Daka 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 daka. And just, basically just go full heavy weapons guy at all shots. Thank you, Cal. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We do have 2 stream goals tonight. We have a super chat goal just to give me some fun money. I'm going to PAX next week in Seattle. I'm actually flying out Wednesday morning, real early. A 6 a.m. flight, 5:30 a.m. flight, flying across the country. Unfortunately, it's not direct, so I have to stop over at Denver, which is a big airport. But I think I have long enough. It shouldn't be too bad. I shouldn't have to run. And then I'm flying into Portland, Steven Glicker and I'm meeting Steven Glicker at the airport. We're renting a van. We're loading up the van from his warehouse. We're driving that up to Seattle. God knows how long that is going to take with traffic. And then Thursday, we are building the booth, setting everything up. And then PAX runs Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, because it's Labor Day, which is a little bit unusual for a convention. And then I'm flying home Tuesday. So I'm going to be out of town. So if you want to throw some support that way, that'd be cool. And then the tip goal is, if we get the tip goal, maybe I'll I'll do a stream from PAX. Maybe I'll hop on my phone, or I'll bring my camera and we could do a fun little stream from PAX like we did at Gen Con. That'd be fun. Okay. We get Class DC Mastery at 15, just like a Spellcaster. Again, I assume we'd get it at 19. At 15, we get Legendary Fort Saves. By the way, at this point, our Reflex saves are still Expert. So Reflex, never going to be our thing, I'm going to guess here. But we get the double specialization, save specialization here, where we basically always get half. We get Legendary Fort Saves with a key attribute of Constitution with double save specialization. Massive Fortitude save. Level 17 Legendary Armor. Sick. And then, as expected, we get level 19 proficiency increase to Legendary Soldier TC. Wow. All right. All right. Shit reflex save. That's the name of the game with this class. But, man, they are going to be, this is going to feel like a real beefy class. Like, this is going to feel like a really, really beefy class. Rick Sherman, chipping money in for Derek's Beer Fund. Now, that is what I'm talking about, buddy.
I am strong, strong, strong.
Rick, all this talk of guns and ammunition, laser packs, ammunition, AoE, suppressive fire. Rick, are you thinking about picking up Starfinder 2? I know we're talking your language here, buddy. It's a good point, Oz. It's a good point. Yeah. But luckily we have a shitload of hit points, so that helps. I'm also assuming that heavy armor still has some function like bulwark in space bulwark or something like that. I'm assuming. But hey, we can't be good at everything, right? We can't be like a space monk. Anyways, so a pretty fairly basic class. I mean, most of our class features we got at level 1. And then everything else was kind of just a generic upgrade of our class features. Compare that to like the Witch Warper and managing our quantum field, okay? You know? So I'm not saying that the soldier is simple, but there's a lot less going on here, right? Kind of similar to the operative in that way. Obviously the Envoy and the Witch Warper were the most complicated classes I think that we've seen yet, in my personal opinion. The Solarian, still complicated, but a tier of complication below that. I'm glad the design is better, but I generally hate the auto-scaling in the new PF game type games and how pigeonholed the classes feel. Well, the good news is I personally feel like these classes aren't as pigeonholed because the Starfinder classes, because you really can do a lot of different things. You're not just a damage dealer. You aren't just a tank. This class is a tank and a damage dealer, but it's also a kind of an area controller, a debuffer. I feel like there's a lot of different ways that you could kind of express yourself, and I'm sure the class feats will help you sort of focus in on that. So I actually do like that. That being said, Cal, the truth of the reality is, after you've played Pathfinder 2 long enough, is all of these abilities are essentially meaningless because your numbers are going up while the enemy's numbers are going up, and basically you just kind of roughly stay mostly equivalently the same. There is something to be said about getting to legendary and actually quote unquote making you better and ahead of the curve. But for the most part, your numbers are going up, their numbers are going up, we're all going up. It doesn't really matter. So I do agree with that to a certain extent. I mean, the percent change might change by 5%, maybe 10%, which is not nothing, I know, but yeah, it is. Oh, you're getting ready to roll some fun. Is that the Modifius 2d20 Fallout, Rick? And confirming we do still have bulwark armor. Cool. Okay, so basic, simple class, pew, 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 pew. Shoot everybody with your guns and your rocket grenades, and maybe push them around, punch them in the face with your weapon, and carry a bunch of shit, even though you're not that strong because you're using your constitution, and scare them and push them around, even though you're not that strong because you're using your constitution, and have kind of insane armor saves or insane armor class, insane fortitude save, and pew, pew, pew. Suppress everybody. So good stuff. All right. So let's take a look at a couple of the feats. Feats. All right, here we go. Okay, sweet. Modifius 2D20. I have yet to play it, Rick. Obviously, I own a couple Modifius 2D20 games, Dune foremost amongst them. I played Star Trek Adventures when Damien was running it, but I have never run it. So I'm interested to hear what you think of it. Soldier is the Expedition 60 class. I'm not going to lie, I don't know what that means. Is that a video game reference? I don't know. All right, so let's take a look what we got here. So we've got a couple level 1 feats. Now, these should be good because martial feats are usually pretty good. So we've got Burst of Strength, Pin Down, Quick Swap, and I'm seeing some reactions. That's good. We got Ready Reload. And we've got the aforementioned Whirling Swipe, which we get for free if we choose the one subclass. By the way, Action Hero is the final winner of our thing, with no one choosing close quarters. All right, Burst of Strength is a reaction once per hour. Okay. That's okay. I like reactions. I like early reactions. Reactions are fun. Once per hour is great. Once per 10 minutes, maybe better, but once per hour is totally fine. I just don't like the once per day ones. You fail an athletics check to disarm, grapple, reposition, shove, or trip, right? So the combative athletics actions. We get a free hero point to reroll. Very cool. What's funny about this, to me, can anybody tell me what's funny about this to me? I know. It's one of those like, huh. Kind of funny is that once we reach that certain level, we're not really using our strength anymore. We're using our constitution. So even though we're getting a burst of strength, really this should say like burst of strength plus constitution, because we're actually using our constitution to do these actions, which is kind of funny. It's kind of funny. But this is cool, especially if you really want to do that stuff and knock people down and reposition them. Especially if it is a ranged meta. This is the class that scales with con. Correct. Shots fired. Good name, by the way. Appropriate for our look here. Yeah. Burst of endurance. But especially if there's a range meta, a lot of times when you grapple a creature in Pathfinder 2, it's not the end of the world for that creature because most creatures are fairly melee focused. Most of them. So you're like, well, sure, it's going to have to attack me, but it still really wants to attack people in melee. But, in this game, when you have people who really would rather be shooting their gun and stuff like that, grappling somebody could be a really nasty thing, which is for sure. And more people are going to have guns, so disarming them is more of a thing here. So that's okay. Pin down, another reaction. A creature that we can basically see passes our saving throw against our area of fire or auto fire. So normally when they pass their saving throw against our auto fire or area fire, they take half damage, right? Just like if they pass the saving throw against a burning hands or a fireball, and they are not suppressed. You focus your weapon's fire on a resilient target in order to suppress them with the sheer ferocity. The required target must succeed at a will save against your class DC or become suppressed until the start of your next turn. So basically, we're shooting. Somebody passes their saving throw. They're going to take half damage and not be suppressed. We can use our reaction to focus fire on them, pin them down. They have to make an additional save. So we're up to 2 saves now from our maybe multiple saves from the AoE. Plus, I had to make an attack roll against my primary target. But then this person, reaction, they make a will save. All in all, I mean, it's not bad. It's a reaction. It is a reaction on our turn. And it ends up suppressing them. It depends on how valuable it is to suppress that person. But it is a lot of numbers, a lot of dice rolls. But still, reaction, cool. And again, presumably we want to be shooting people and making them suppressed and take damage. So that's pretty cool. Quick swap, another reaction. You're wielding a two-handed weapon and an enemy moves adjacent to you. You can stow your current weapon and draw another two-handed weapon. If you have multiple set of arms, you can instead switch hands. I love that in PF2. That's like the ultimate gamist expression. Well, if I have two sets of hands and I have four hands, I could be holding a big two-handed hammer and I could be holding a big multi-barreled minigun, but I can't like use both of them at the same time. And I actually have to use an action to like disengage my one set of hands and re-engage my other set of hands. All right. Well, hey, it's saving us an action. If and when somebody specifically moves adjacent to us, if and when that is very specific to us, that we want to take advantage of that. But again, that seems more niche than I would think I would want to make use of it. But it is giving us a free reaction. I just don't know how often this is really going to be coming up. Maybe all the time. I don't know. This is one of those ones that I would have to play a lot with it to kind of get a feel for it. Ready reload is one action. You're wielding a two-handed ranged weapon with a reload of 2 or more, and your last action was an attack that expended ammo from the weapon. You know that reloading a weapon can be a delicate process, but you've mastered how to do so in the middle of combat, starting while still firing your weapon. Reduce your weapon's reload cost by 1, then interact to reload your weapon. Unlike most interact actions, you don't need a free hand to reload your ranged weapon in this way. So to be clear, let's say that our weapon has a reload of 2. So it's going to take 2 actions to reload our weapon. This reduces that by 1 to only 1 action. But it itself costs 1 action. So it's still going to cost us 2 actions to reload our weapon. The only difference is, normally, we kind of can't reload our weapon because in order to interact, to reload our weapon, we have to have a hand free. And this way we don't. So the idea is that our character has got both hands on his gun and is reloading without taking their hand off their gun. Which, sure, that is a thing. This, to me, is what I call an action economy tax feat. So because of the nickel and diming nature of actions in Pathfinder 2, they understand that this type of game system is problematic because of like the fact that you have to burn an action just to take a hand and put it on a weapon that like takes up an entire action. Putting my hand onto my not 2 hands, not getting a new weapon, just taking my free hand and putting it onto my weapon takes as much action economy as doing a full attack on a character or an enemy, or moving 25 or 30 feet. It's part of these little fiddly feats that has sort of pushed me away from wanting to play Starfinder 2 or Pathfinder 2. I just don't care about this level of minutia, nor am I excited to take a feat that is just going to essentially let me, use it. And at the end of the day, this whole thing here, it saves you an action. That's all it really does. So, because normally I would have to, let's say I have a reload of 2 or more. I have to let go of my weapon with one of my hands, which is fine. That's a free action. Then I have to reload, interacting for 2 actions. And then I have to grab the weapon with 2, or with my 3rd action. So now I have no idea what the ammo ratio is. Like, Don Pokey's pointing out here that, if most things have a magazine of 10 then I can shoot it 10 times and not need to reload. That seems pretty good, you know? John says, I've had similar issues in my own games. Reloading a weapon sucks for a player, and the GM may not even want to track ammo. Yeah, and I mean, we've been tracking ammo in our PF2/Starfinder 2 game, and, you know, it's kind of fun for a little bit, but, you know, I could imagine if you're using up a lot of ammo, or if you're doing additional things that require additional ammo, I don't know what some of these class feats are going to require. It could get old pretty quick, you know. Cal says, riveting gameplay. Can you imagine waiting 20 minutes just to reload your weapon on your turn? Right, exactly, obvious. That's what I was going to say. Auto fire and the like are going to use up your ammo a lot faster than you otherwise would. And I agree. Reloading is just not that fun to do in most games. And, well, it looks like they have nailed it here as well, because reloading sounds horrible. And then we already looked at Whirling Swipe, which we got for free with the Close Quarters class. But if for some odd reason you want to use your two-handed weapon as a way to strike and beat people down, it's fine. Okay, well, not my favorite feats, you know. I'm not going to lie. I probably like Burst of Strength and Pin Down. They're both solid reactions that I could see, you know, coming up fairly often enough, especially if I'm planning on making a lot of athletics checks to disarm and grapple and trip and shove, which seems reasonable. And then Pin Down, again, I'm shooting with my area effect because I do want to suppress people. I do want to apply that negative condition to as many people as I can. And if somebody does manage to make the save, it'd be nice to put that suppress condition on them. So I feel like I'm going to probably take Burst of Strength or Pin Down most of the time. Again, Quick Swap is not something I'm super worried about. So interesting. So yeah. And then again, ready reload is like a lot of words to just like do something that I feel like most people are like, I can't even believe I have to do this anyways. And this is also sometimes some of the minutia. I've noticed, this is just a side tangent. I've noticed that people have very different opinions about Pathfinder 2 depending on which rules they use and which rules they know about. Like, for example, I've seen a lot of tables running PF2, like locally at you know, whatever, at my game store. I've even watched people play online, and I have seen a lot of stuff places where like someone will get knocked out, and they will you know, be knocked prone, and someone will, you know, the cleric or whatever, someone come over and use a heal spell or a soothe spell, or the champion will lay on hands. And, you know, the character will, you know, spend an action to stand up from prone and then, you know, continue on with their turn. And realizing that they are completely ignoring the fact that they have dropped everything that they are holding when they were knocked unconscious. And that in reality, they should probably spend the majority of their turn picking their shit up and standing up and then saying done. But I've probably seen more tables that have ignored that rule than actually follow that rule. And but I think that really can, it sounds stupid, but I think that one rule right there, I think can massively change your experience with how you perceive a Pathfinder 2. And I'm imagining the same thing is going to be true with Starfinder 2. Like if you have groups that are just being like that pedantic about like, well, you have to spend an action to put your hand back on your gun because you had to take a hand off in order to reload. You know, you had to take hand off, reload gun. Cool. Now you have to spend more actions to put your hand back on the gun. And so that actually takes up your entire turn. You know, I think some people are not going to play with that kind of level of rules minutia. And they're going to be like, oh, it was awesome. You know, oh, I'm empty. Reload, keep firing. You know, they're going to have fun with it. And other people are going to be like, yeah, I spent my entire turn reloading. So you can see how that could create a very different type of experience. Just something to kind of think about. Okay. So let's take a look at the level 2 feat. We have menacing laughter. Sounds neat. Relentless endurance. Well, at least there's that, Hardrick. So now that I wonder what is even the point? What maybe I'm just stupid. Why does this matter then? Why does unlike most interactions, you don't need a free hand to reload your ranged weapon in this way? Why does that really matter then? And I don't know. Anyways, so if this takes an action and it reduces it by 1, does this feat do anything? What does this feat do? Ah, it's useful for 2 weapons in the game. Okay. All right. Checks out. Okay. Relentless endurance. Shot on the run. It's not a free reload, Mark. Even remotely close to a free reload. If the reload is 2 or more, it reduces the reload cost by 1, but it itself takes 1 action. So it's still going to take you 2 actions. So if the reload was 2, now the reload is 1, but ready reload itself takes an action. So we're still at 2 actions. So it doesn't do anything. Now, we don't need to have a free hand to do it, but the reason I thought that was important is because normally you need a free hand in order to be able to interact, and then you have to spend an action to put your hand back on the weapon. But from what Hardrick said, is that when you reload, it apparently includes the ability to put your hand back on the weapon. Right, but if I have a machine gun, what does this feat do? That's all I want to know. I'm not trying to be difficult here. No, I understand that. All right. So let's say we didn't have ready reload. Okay. I'm shooting my gun. Okay. I am out. So I spend 2 actions to reload because the reload is 2. Right? So that they took me 2 I'm shooting. I have my machine gun. You know, I don't have it's the ammo's running low, so I shoot it once with my first action and then I reload. Okay, if my gun has a reload of 2, it now has a reload of 1. But this takes an action. So, Karama, so aren't I still spending an action? Okay. Then why is this line of text in there? I'm just wondering why this is line of text. Also, Karama, does that mean... So wait. Does that mean that if the reload of a weapon was 3 actions, if there was a reload 3, that it would take only 1 action to reload it? So I'm okay. All right. Well, this is obviously very, I think this is horribly worded. Because why would this not work on Reload 3? Well, I guess what I'm saying is, if this whole thing reloads you, why does it say Reload 2 or more? And if Reload 2 takes one, it does take, why does Reload 2, according to you, Karama, take 0 actions, but a Reload 3 would take 2? Why is Reload 2 getting reduced to 0? That's what I don't understand, because this thing clearly says it reduces the reload cost by 1. And I don't know how math works that well, but 2 minus 1 is 1. And that would imply that it takes 1 action instead of 2. But we're already took an action to ready reload. Okay, fair enough. So then if I had a weapon that was reload 6, I could reload my weapon with 1 action with this weapon. I just want to make sure that that is correct. So for example, I'm shooting my reload 6 weapon. I reduce it, and then I reduce the reload to 5, which means nothing and does nothing. And then I reload it in the middle of this action for free. So in other words, this line of text does nothing and means nothing. I just want to make sure that that is the case. So if I had a reload, let's just imagine, like, you know, it's some weapon that involves you having to, like, you know, change out the plasma injector core. So, okay, you said when a weapon takes reload 6, it takes 6 interacts to reload it. If you use this feat, it would take 5, and this feat would make you do the first of 5 interact actions. I see. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. Okay. So reload. Well, no, it's that the interact action stacks. That is what it is. So that is the thing. So yes, it would be reload 2 for 1 action, reload 3 for 2 actions. And Karama is saying you can split a longer reload across multiple interact actions. So in the case of reload, let's say we didn't have this feat. I could move, shoot, reload, or I'm sorry, interact to reload. The weapon is still not reloaded. Now, at the start of my next turn, I interact to reload. Now our weapon is reloaded, and now I can start shooting with it. So it's not that reload itself is an action. It's that you have to take X number of interact actions where X is equal to the weapon's reload value. So that is what this does. Another way of saying who the fuck cares. That's all I'm saying. That's all. This is why we don't use crossbows in Pathfinder 2. All right. So there we go. Back to the feats. Where were we? Shot on the run. Okay, you'll have to go through me. It's also level 2. Okay, so we got 4 level 2 feats. Super Writer Andy says, that's so crunchy you could call it granola. Okay, menacing laughter. 1 action. Your laughter remains audible over the din of your weapon's fire. Attempt an intimidation check to demoralize each creature within 30 feet who's suppressed. Wow. Okay, that's really good. Okay. I mean, as long as we're like close range enough, we could potentially hit 2, 3, 4 creatures with an area of effect with our area weapon or our auto fire weapon. Hit them. They fail their saves, or they were our primary target, or whatever. Now they're suppressed. Suppressed is going to give them -1 status. I'm sorry, -1 circumstance penalty to attack rolls. Then, for 1 action, we can attempt to demoralize multiple creatures at once. Obviously, only the ones that we've suppressed and only the ones within 30 feet. But we got to do it. We got to pay the tax. But now our intimidation check, which by the way, at level 3, we can use our Constitution. That is going to make them frightened, and that's a status penalty. So that's going to stack with suppression. Frightened and suppressed are going to stack. This is an extremely powerful combination. That's really cool. Very cool. Now, obviously, like Don Pokey's saying, I mean, if we're talking about long range, now my guess is, long range may not necessarily be our guy's forte. I don't know what the range is for some of this auto fire stuff, because remember, unless we are that one, was it the action hero? The area of effect of our cones and stuff like that is half of when we auto fire. So, I don't know what the range increment is, but my guess is we can only auto fire maybe 20, 30, 40 feet. Their flamethrower is like a 15-foot cone. Yeah, so there you go. Although I got to admit, if somebody cooked my ass with a flamethrower and was just laughing through their, laughing while they're chomping on a cigar, yeah, I might become frightened as a result of that. Well, I like this feat a lot. It's powerful, mechanical, and I also think it's pretty cool. Like from a flavor perspective. Relentless Endurance is another reaction, another once per hour recharge, which I like. You take damage. You can once an hour use your reaction to gain D8 plus 4 temp. And then at 6th level, this becomes D8 plus 4. At 10th level, it becomes another D8 plus 4. At 14th and 18th. So once an hour, make a reaction and gain a little bit more than half of 1 level's hit points. And then every 4 levels gain another 1 of that. So by the time you're level 10, 3d8 plus 12 temp for a reaction, and the trigger is only just you take damage. You're pretty much going to use this every time you have it available to you, mostly. Unless you really don't think you're going to burn through those temp and you don't want to waste it. That's pretty good. Nice little, it's kind of a weird self-heal, as if this class wasn't tanky enough. Yeah, pretty good. Shot on the Run is a 2-action activity with the traversal tag. And we have to be using an area or automatic weapon, of course. We stride, and then we get to area fire or auto fire. Remember, area fire and auto fire are both 2 actions. So this is basically our sudden charge, but we get to move and shoot. And we get to do it for 2 actions instead of 3. And given the short relative range, I'm sure, of the auto fire and area fire weapons, like aforementioned 15-foot cone on the flamethrower, this class might be moving a lot. Way more than, say, like our operative sniper rifle build, right? They may need to move a lot more. So I could see this being very useful just from a movement perspective. Also, again, I don't know exactly what the space armor is, but if it works anything like Pathfinder 2 armor, then your speed's probably going to be knocked down from 25 feet to 20 feet. So you're going to be chonking around, kind of slow. Also, actually, now that I think about it, So our heavy armor all have pretty high strength requirements. And remember, our character isn't necessarily going to have a high strength. So we might be taking the minus, like the Solarian has the high strength. But our heavy weapons guy might not actually be that strong. It's kind of weird to think that your character might have like a 10 strength. And so we might actually end up taking the 10-foot speed penalty. Often, perhaps. So, interesting. I thought that was for the bulk. Maybe I missed that it uses your stat. I thought it was just for the bulk, but maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, Trevco. Oh, when determining your strength, use your con. Okay. It also uses half your Columbus for the bulk. I forgot about the first part of this. Okay, so never mind. We're good. But still, -5. So our 20-foot speed is going to be, our 25-foot speed is going to be 20 foot a lot. Our last level 2 feat is you'll have to go through me, a 2-action activity. You brace yourself as you prepare to defend your allies behind you. You area fire or auto fire. Now that is already a 2-action activity, so we're already pretty good here because we're going to get something else on top of that. Until the start of your next turn or until you use a move action, whichever happens first, you gain the living shield reaction. And if you would be moved by forced movement, you move 10 feet less. And the living shield, it gives us a reaction. An ally that we are providing cover to, or if they are adjacent to us, gets damaged, we reduce it by an amount equal to our level plus constitution modifier, and we take an amount of damage equal to the damage negated. So it's a bit like a champion's reaction in that it's level plus mod, but it's not completely negated. Instead, we take it. And it could be anybody adjacent to us or that we're providing cover to, aka we're standing in front of them. Still, very cool. And of course, obviously it's not magical, so somebody's got to get hit. It looks like it's going to be us. But that is kind of cool for, a good use to use put all those hit points to use for, which is pretty cool. And, we're going to be shooting all the time there as well. That's a great question, Joseph. Reduce the triggering amount by damage. You take an amount of damage equal to the damage negated. It does seem to suggest that damage is coming from the living shield effect itself, not from the enemy. But yeah, I could see it going either way, to be honest with you, Joseph. Still, very cool. I actually like these level 2 feats quite a bit. I like menacing laughter a lot. I think that's really powerful and fun. And I like controlling, so I like support, so I'd probably choose that one. But I like the kind of free auto heal on our already super tanky class. Especially I'd want relentless endurance, and you'll have to go through me, although I'm sure there's, better feats as we get higher in level. But yeah. Let's take a look here. We got covering fire. I want to take a look at that one. Oh, look at this. Again, fantastic naming. I'll be back. Bring it on. Let's see here. Brutal barrage. That sounds cool. Come get some. That sounds awesome. Death Blossom. Shout out to The Last Starfighter. Rocket Jump. Terror Forming. That's pretty good. Oh, what happened? Terraforming. Hybrid Technique and Bullet Typhoon. All right. So Covering Fire is a level 6 feat that is a 1 or 2 action activity. You make a well-placed shot or unleash a hail of bullets. Make a ranged strike against the target and select one ally within range of the same attack. If we hit, we don't deal any damage, but the creature becomes suppressed and they get a -2 circumstance penalty on attacks made against your ally until the end of your next turn. You can use a Covering Fire as a 2-action activity to auto-fire, affecting all targets that fail their save. Yeah, it's interesting, but I mean, if they're suppressed, they get a -1 penalty to attack anyways. So really, we're just upgrading it from -1 to -2, and it's only against that one ally. I don't know if I like that as much. All right, I'll be back. Free action. Once per day, we regain consciousness after. So we have to be unconscious, and then we have to regain consciousness. And by the way, this is exactly what we were just talking about. Even when you're downed, you're right back into the thick of things. You stand and interact to draw a weapon or grab a unattended weapon, right? Because normally you got to spend your actions to do that shit. And again, I was just saying, people skip this shit all the time. And here's literally a feat. Now, to be fair, this is a free action, which is awesome. But it literally, like, somebody might be like, I don't get it. I don't know what this does, right? Because it's just like they skip that stuff, you know? When I picture a soldier in my head, is it like a StarCraft Marine? It's a StarCraft Marine. It's a Space Marine from Warhammer 40K. It's a heavy weapons guy from Team Fortress, you know. To be fair, most people are still going to spend the action to stand. So at least this is a free action. It's once a day. You know, it's not the best because it's one of those things where you're like, I don't get to use my cool feature unless I get knocked unconscious. But hopefully I'm not getting knocked unconscious. So in a weird way, you take this feat hoping that you never have to use it. It's a very strange. There's a lot of feats in Pathfinder 2 that are like that. Like if you take an armor, if you take like a fortification rune, right? You spend a lot of money on it. You kind of want to get crit now so that your cool rune that you bought does something. But the problem is that your rune only does something like 20% of the time, or like something like 30% of the time. So most of the time it actually doesn't do anything. So now you're hoping that you get crit so that you can suppress it, but then it doesn't work. And then you're like, wow, I should have just wished I didn't get crit instead. And then I chose something else for my armor. Anyways, there's like a weird gameplay factor where people take things that like actively encourage you to root for the thing that you don't want to happen. The example I often give is the champion's reaction in Pathfinder 2. Right? Like the champion's reaction allows you to shield an ally, preventing damage, and then you get to make an attack, right? Or do something special depending on what your champion reaction is. And so you're kind of like, as a champion, you're like, man, it's really cool when I get to use my champion's reaction. I feel like a hero. I absorb a bunch of damage from an attack they just got hit, and I get to make, step and make an attack or free somebody from a grapple or whatever. And so, but it puts you into a weird mindset now as a champion where you're kind of like, man, I hope my ally gets hit. That'd be cool if my ally got hit. I want them to get hit. And then like if the GM is attacking your ally and you're like getting excited, and then the GM misses and everyone else is like, yeah. And then they attack with their map and then they miss again. And everyone's like high-fiving the guy like, yeah. You're kind of like, oh, dang. I kind of wanted to use my reaction to do my cool champion's reaction thing. And I didn't get to do it. Man, it kind of sucks that my ally got missed. And I know this is like I'm not like saying that you're thinking about this parasitically. Like you're not actually an asshole. It's just like a weird kind of perverse incentive. That's all. Anyways, Bring It On is one action, and you have to be wielding a two-handed weapon. And why wouldn't we? Your sheer bravado provides your defense. Until the start of your turn, you take a -2 penalty, circumstance penalty to your AC. But you gain resistance to all damage equal to half your level. If you have the Armor Storm fighting style, this resistance is doubled against attacks made by suppressed creatures. Now, this is pod racing. That's awesome because now your AC is notably lower. The GM might reasonably be tempted to attack you. resistance to half your level is all against all attacks, and then basically equal to your level against suppressed creatures. So if you suppressed a bunch of creatures, now your resistance is 8 or 9 or 10. And keep in mind, you're level 8. So your AC with a -2 circumstance penalty is still probably equal to or better than most people in your party members. So hopefully this gets the GM to attack you. But then, of course, if the GM doesn't attack you, it did nothing. But hey, it's cool, though. But this is sweet. This will actually make you feel like a super tank. But, you know, and I'll try spinning. That's a good trick. Get us out of here, R2. All right, Brutal Barrage. We have to be wielding an automatic. Now, frequency. Once around? No. This one has Flourish. You're wielding an area or automatic weapon. You prepare the perfect shot, tearing through those closest to the impact point. If your next action, so it's like a meta shot feat. If your next action is to area fire or auto fire or whirling swipe, add 2 additional weapon damage dice to targets who are adjacent to the center point of impact or within the first 10 feet of a cone or a line. So it's almost kind of like power attacking with your machine gun. But somehow it feels cooler. Although I will point out that that is your whole turn. 3 actions. That's kind of rough. Come Get Some is a reaction also available at level 10 once per day. If we are reduced to 0 and would fall unconscious, instead we make one final attack. We make a strike with a penalty, or we can make an area fire or auto fire attack, ignoring the unwieldy trait and with the save DC decreased by 2. Then we fall unconscious and start dying. So once a day, when we die, we get to make one shot as we go out. So there's a weird psychology now where you're like, I kind of hope I die. You're like, wait, no, I don't. You're like, wait, but if I don't die, I don't get to use my cool level 10 feet. And I only get to use my cool level 10 feet once a day anyway. So it's, again, this is what I talked about like when I say like it creates weird incentives sometimes. At least that's the way I think about it. Yeah. Mark Rosewater did an excellent article and talk about this, about Magic the Gathering. Okay. Well, apparently we need the Run Hot prerequisite feat for Death Blossom. For those of you who don't know, Death Blossom was the ultimate move from the last Starfighter, where you literally unleash all of your weapons while spinning in a 360 sphere and take out everybody. Spinning in place, you fire indiscriminately to clear out the room. By the way, we do have to have a full magazine. You area fire, even if you're using an automatic weapon, affecting each creature in an emanation around you with a radius equal to the range of the weapon. And you blow through the entire weapons magazine. Everyone takes -1 circumstance penalty to reflex saves due to the cataclysmic nature of the raining fire. You don't designate a primary target with this attack. So basically, it is Whirlwind Strike from a barbarian, but it's with a machine gun. I don't know if this is good or not, but I would probably take it just because it seems awesome. Of course, it has the problem that it's 3 action. You're going to hit your allies. You know, there's a lot of problems engaged with this. But, you know, hey. Live fast, die hard. Rocket Jump. Of course, it had to be there. We've been talking about Team Fortress the whole night. If you're wielding an area burst weapon, you fire your weapon at your legs, and it shoots you up. And anybody who played 2 Fort 4 back in the day knows how to do a nice rocket jump with a no-limit soldier. Make an area fire and then leap, using your weapon to add a status bonus to the distance traveled equal to double the burst of your weapon. You must be somewhere within the area's weapon attack, but you don't have to save against your own attack. Well, at least there's that. See, I would think we would like roll damage or something, and then we get to add that damage bonus as a status bonus, just shooting through the air. What is this going to add? Like 10 feet, 20 feet? Hey, at least it's better than shooting your gun at shooting your flintlock pistol at the ground and using that to propel you up through the air. At least this is an actual explosion. Terrorforming, not terraforming, terrorforming. 2 actions, and we have to be wielding an area or automatic weapon. We blast the battlefield apart. We do our area fire or auto fire, but we don't designate a primary target. But every square becomes difficult terrain. If it was already difficult terrain, it becomes greater difficult terrain. And anything created by this basically stays because it's not like magic. So that's pretty sweet. So we still get to do a full strike against our full AoE. We don't get the benefit of choosing a primary target, but then we can literally turn an entire area of effect into difficult terrain. It doesn't cost any more additional ammo, and it takes 2 actions, which we take 2 actions anyways. So we can just do this basically every time we shoot. So we kind of get free terrain / greater difficult terrain creation. That's pretty cool. Also, it's level 14. I don't know how much people fly in this game, but it's still pretty cool. Right. It's true. Because it stays behind, if you use it twice, it becomes greater difficult terrain, making it very possible for people to move. That's actually very cool. All right. Our 2 capstone abilities are hybrid technique. 2 actions. You combine methods to create a new hybrid technique. Choose 2 soldier feats that take 2 actions to use and cause you to make an area of attack as both of its effects. You area fire or auto fire once and then apply the additional effects and benefits of both feats to the attack. So basically, we get to use 4 actions worth of actions for 2. And it looks like we can... Do we have to choose these when we take the feat, or do we choose them every time we use it? I think we choose it every time we use it, right? Do we have to have the feats in order to use them as part of our hybrid technique, or can we pick any soldier feats? And then Bullet Typhoon. No actions, just a passive thing. You can now use area fire or auto fire as a single action. However, you can never make more than 2 such attacks in the same round. So now we have a new frequency. It's not once per round, and it's not flourish. It's quasi flourish in that we can only do it twice a round. All right, but again, this is kind of like what I would imagine for ultimate capstone, right? We've basically never been able to auto fire more than once a round because of the limitation on actions. And now, finally, at level 20, Bullet Typhoon, we can make 2 auto fire or 2 area attacks in our 1 round. But again, the game is basically over at this point, and we're good. Well, I think it's cool. Again, stuff like that terraforming is why I think this is way more interesting than the fighter. I like the fighter. It's a very effective class, but it's boring. All you do is just kill monsters dead. Maybe you occasionally put, I don't know, a status effect on them sometimes. But there's so much cool stuff here with the suppression, the difficult terrain, the protecting your allies. The champion is a cool class, but honestly, the champion hits like a wet noodle. It's really boring, and it doesn't do a lot of damage. And so I think this is a lot more fun. You're doing area effects as a martial character, using your guns to weigh down, hose down, areas of people, keeping them suppressed, providing your allies with cover and additional penalties to the enemies who are attacking. You're taunting them. There's a lot of control elements built into this class. And on top of that, you are just a juggernaut with a rock solid hit point total, incredible, arguably the best armor class, and a great fortitude save. So I think this is awesome. It's way simpler than the other classes that we've seen, but I think this class is another, I don't know. And it had a lot of reactions, a lot of single actions. They know you want to be shooting. A lot of the 2 action activities that we saw in this class also let you area fire or auto fire. There's almost no reason why you wouldn't be area firing or auto firing every round with this class, which is great. A lot of reactions, a lot of single actions. The subclasses seemed good. A lot of the frequencies were on a once per hour cooldown, which I appreciate. Some of the ones like you basically ignore death or you get a free thing when you die are once a day, but I don't even take those anyways because I don't want to die. So I don't want to feel like, dang, I didn't live up to my character's potential and get a maximum value out of my feats because I didn't die today. Yeah, I think this is another A class. I think this class is very cool and definitely a step below of complexity of, say, the Envoy or the Witch Warper. It's really more on the same level as the Operative in terms of being still a cool mini game that you're playing to yourself, but a little bit simpler and just a rock solid fucking brick shit house. So good stuff. Apparently, there's a feat I missed called Anchoring Impacts that doubles the penalty for suppressed. That is completely brutal. And if that's just straight up, that's a really great feat. -2 circumstance penalty is a lot for sure. Well, remember, Don Poke, S tier to me means it's so good, it is problematic. I mean, Karama, if it all works together, Karama, now we're talking about that with terraforming. Imagine giving all the targets -2 circumstance penalty to attack, -20 foot to their speeds, and now you've turned all the ground that they're in into difficult terrain. That is
I am strong.
very strong.
Strong. Strong.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's actually really sweet. I mean, that basically says you don't get to move anymore. So really cool. Great class. But anyways, S tier to me means it's too powerful, you know? I don't think this class is too powerful at all. All right. Well, that leaves us with one final class, and that is going to be the Mystic. Roll for Combat says he likes it. Derek likes it. I do. I can't believe we're leaving in a couple days, buddy. It's coming up quick. It feels like Gen Con was like last week. And you didn't even go to Origins. My God. This will be my fifth con? Gen Con, Origins, PAX. Yeah, this will be my 4th con of the summer. So, sheesh. All right, so we already talked about one spellcaster, which is kind of the sorcerer analog. So here is our Mystic, sort of our divine analog. You're a conduit, channeling the fundamental forces that connect and bind the cosmos. You can draw upon this supernatural wellspring to form deep spiritual bonds with your allies, empowering them in combat and restoring their health should they become injured. Your powers take unique shape based on the connection you choose, granting new and more powerful spells as you explore your connection on an ever-deepening level. Okay. We have a 6 hit point class here. Even the Witch Warper was 8. So our Sorcerer was an 8 hit point class. So this is the only 6 hit point class in Starfinder Second Edition. And they are key attribute Wisdom. So this is going to be our most frail class unless we randomly, unexpectedly get heavy armor proficiency, but we'll take a look. We only have one key term, which is Spell Shape, which is basically meta magic. In combat, we'll cast spells. In social encounters, we'll talk to people. And while exploring, we'll look at magic. All right, great stuff. Very useful. Thank you. All right. As we expect for being a spellcaster, we have absolutely atrocious and shitty proficiencies. We are only trained in perception. We only have a single skill that is an expert. We have a couple of skills that we're trained in. Basically nothing in armor, only getting simple weapons. We only get light armor. So at least there's that, I guess, better than no armor. But very, very bad proficiencies, as tends to be the case for spellcasters. But this is on another. This is pretty bad because we only have 6 hit points. So 6 hit points. Short of being trained in no armor, this is about as bad as it gets. Thank you, CCav. Have fun at PAX. Thank you for the super chat. I will. I'm going to be working at PAX. I'm going to be man in the booth at Roll for Combat, and Mark isn't coming to PAX. He's got too much work to do, so that means it's going to be extra double duty because Mark does a lot of the heavy lifting of explaining all the games to people, so I'm more of a hype man. PAX is weird, though, because PAX is predominantly a video game and sort of nerd culture con. It's very different than Gen Con or even Origins, right, which are obviously more gamer-focused, but you never know. I've never been, so it's going to be fun regardless, so hopefully I'll have a good time. Okay, so we have a spellcaster. We're going to get ancestry and background. We're going to get proficiencies, which suck. And then we're going to get a bunch of spells. We're also going to get a connection, an epiphany, a mystic bond, and a vitality network. Vitality network is giving me font. It's giving me font vibes. Uh-oh. We're We're losing connection. All right. Sorry about that. I had to lower my bit rate. YouTube was not happy with me there. We'll turn it back up here in a second. Okay, we're back. So let's take a look. Connection. All mystics have a supernatural connection with a cosmic force that grants them their magical powers. This can vary. You might worship a god or a pantheon, embody a metaphysical concept, or be a conduit for nature's wrath. Basically, pick whatever you want. You could be druid, you could be whatever. Even mystics who share the same connection might interpret their source very differently. Sorry. YouTube sometimes has these server problems and blah, blah, blah. Anyways, even mystics who share the same connection might interpret the source of their powers differently. At first level, choose your connection. So this is how we choose our tradition. Okay. This determines the type of spells you cast and your tradition, your trained skills, your epiphanies, and a harmony that grants special benefits when you heal them with your vitality network. So we can be an Akashek. You maintain a permanent psychic link to the Akashek record, a supernatural repository of all knowledge in the multiverse. This connection allows you to access knowledge that would otherwise remain beyond the grasp of regular mortal minds. That's interesting. Didn't Monty Cook use the Akashek back in like 2003 in Arcana Unearthed? And didn't he talk about the Akashek memory and the Akashek record? Interesting. I thought he made that up. Apparently that must be a thing. I don't know. Okay, so we get occult. Oh, interesting. I would have thought that this would have only been primal and divine. You know, because the Witch Warper was occult or arcane. But apparently we can be an occult. So this is going to grant us our cantrip or our bonus spells that we take from our connection. We also get our sorcerer, font spell, focus spells, and we get an additional harmony, which, well, in order to do this, I'm going to take a look. I'm going to skip right away. Hold on a sec. So for starters, we get a lot of spells. So we cast basically like a sorcerer. We get epiphanies, which are focus spells. So we start with a free focus spell, just like a sorcerer. Okay. I can't tell here. Are we? Here we go. Do we get a repertoire? Oh, so all the all of them are none of them are prepared casters, huh? Both the Mystic and the Witch Warper are spontaneous casters with a repertoire. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Using all the normal swapping stuff. Apparently, I'm pronouncing the made-up word incorrectly. Unless it's a real word. Or is it a made-up real word? Oh, okay. It's like a metaphysics thing. So it's a made-up real word. Got it. Well, it's a real word, but it's not like a real thing. It's just a made-up thing in the real word. I mean, technically, all words are made up, but you know what I mean. It's interesting. They're both sorts. I mean, interesting. So, anyways, so we're all repertoire. We're all sorcerers, basically. Okay, so that makes so they're kind of both sorcerers. Oh Oh my God, YouTube, stop being such a pain in my ass. YouTube has been so shitty lately. All right. So anyways, sorry, we got distracted there by definitions and horrible bit rates. Man. All right. So what ends up happening is like YouTube, the YouTube server loses connection with like my whatever node I'm on, and then it can't get enough frames from us, and so it starts dropping frames. Which is annoying, to say the least. And then I have to change settings while we're in the middle of playing. All right. Okay, so back to normal. Sorry about that. So we do have a vitality network, which is kind of looks like a font of healing. Your soul supports a network of energy that connects and heals those in your bond. It has a maximum capacity equal to 6 plus 4 hit points per level. You transfer out of this to heal hit points. Oh, okay. So it has 10 hit points in it instead of what is a 4 heal spells? Life and death situations help strengthen your bonds with your allies. At the start of each turn in combat, when you regain actions, your vitality network regains 4 hit points. If you're a master in spell DC, it regains 6, and if you're legendary, it's 8. When you refocus, wow, your vitality network regains all of its hit points. Well, hot damn. Man, I like that way better than font of healing. Wow. That's neat. You kind of can use it strategically, and you want to use it right away so that you can keep regaining it and it's not completely broken, because it's only in life and death situations at the start of each turn in combat that you regain it, but then it just gets it all back after full, so we're just like completely okay with like the person just kind of healing everybody more or less fairly quickly. Obviously dropping 4 heal spells in a row is gonna you're gonna out heal this thing, but you can go all day off of the vitality network. That's pretty sweet. And to make it not completely broken, they only let you heal people in your bond. It's a 10-minute activity, and you can only do it with up to 10 willing creatures. And it lasts until they're no longer a willing part of the bond. You always know the general direction and distance to another bonded creature, what their HP total is, and if they're conscious, unconscious, dying, or dead. So this is how we're like, it's like a status spell, but also it like gets around like role-playing people. We're like, well, I don't know. How do I know how many hit points you have? It's like, no, you just know. And this way you can give them infinite healing and not like make it really broken, because you can only heal people that are part of your bond. These two abilities together solve a lot of game problems, but also still make sense in this. I think this Vitality Network thing seems awesome. And it's one action. And it's 60 feet. Wow. And it's 10 hit points. Up to 10 hit points. Up to 10 points. You just dial it in. You need 7, here's 7. You need 3, here's 3. And then, of course, the max that you can transfer goes up to 20, 30, 40, and 50. Yeah, font. I mean, if you're doing one fight a day, right, like a Monster Hunt Extreme arena style, yeah, you'd want font. But personally, I love that this is one action and that it's 60-foot distance. That's like the best thing I've ever seen. I played a cleric 1 to 20 in Pathfinder 2. Giving up 2 actions just to be able to heal at range, let alone 3 actions to be able to heal at 60 foot because you needed to use reach spell to hit 60 feet. Horrible. And yes, D8 plus 8 on average is 12.5 is more than 10, but I'll take 1 action at 60 feet all day, every day, any day, forever. This is awesome. I grant this ability a fucking 11 out of 10. The Mystic is an automatic A for me just because of this ability. But we can look at the rest of it, but we don't need to. Okay. So we also get additional benefits to that bond action or that vitality transfer. So if we are an Akashic, Akashika, I don't know how to pronounce it. When we transfer vitality, the target receives a psychic download from the Akashic record and can immediately attempt to recall knowledge as a reaction. Okay, sure. This doesn't trigger anything special that would happen off a recall knowledge. So when I heal you, you can burn your reaction and you get a free recall knowledge. Sure. Plus, you're linked to this supernatural repository of the knowledge of the universe, which is pretty cool. Akashic Fount is a 1-minute focus spell. Duration, range 500 feet. We have to target only one of our bonded creatures. All of our abilities. Oh, the data drain doesn't work that way. They gain a lore skill. And they gain the same proficiency rank in that skill as we have with our occultism. Man, they really make it easy to know stuff in. They really make it easy between the Envoy and this Akashic. Like, you could just be like dial in whatever knowledge or lore skill you possibly want, and you're good. And you get your perfect harmony at 19th level. Oh, Karama, you know what, Karama? I didn't even freaking notice that. You're absolutely right. Transfer Vitality didn't have Flourish or random frequency once per turn ability. Wow. You can do it multiple times per turn, which is awesome if you really needed to. And you had the HP in your pool to go around. Hell, right? You could, if you really needed recall knowledge, you could take your turn off and just kind of go like heal one, heal one, heal one. And everybody would get recall knowledge for free. And then at 19th level, we get insane perfect harmony. Which is, at the end of the game. But basically, we can create ourselves a Mordecai's magnificent mansion out of extra-dimensional memory palace, basically. The other one of the other ones we control is elemental. So this is the primal, obviously. Yep, primal. We literally, we're so much of a druid, we suddenly randomly pick up shield block, just like the druid randomly picks up shield block. Nobody knows why, but they do. The druid has never been a particularly shield proficient. I don't know why the druid just gets shield block randomly out of nowhere in Pathfinder 2. Couldn't tell you, but they do. Apparently, being tied to the elements ties you to the shield. I don't know. While you were busy mastering the occult, I was busy mastering the shield. Okay, so we get primal. We get a pretty cool look of these are free spells that are automatically in our repertoire. We do have to pick. There's a little thing here. Wall of Fire. Replace the elemental trait and damage type with the trait and damage type of your active elemental weapon or elemental barrier epiphany spell. So if we have an active elemental weapon, our Wall of Fire becomes that element. And that is a lot of text for the effect replacement of one spell. Anyways. So our free focus that we start off with is elemental weapon, which is 3 actions. and it is a focus spell. It lasts for 10 minutes, and it targets one of our bonded creatures. By the way, we count as one of our bonded creatures. We always count as one of our bonded creatures. We create an advanced, martial, or simple weapon out of elemental energy that materializes in the hands of that bonded creature. It becomes air, earth, fire, water, metal, or wood. Metal, water, or wood. This weapon is tactical grade and comes fully charged and loaded with basic ammunition. The weapon has one fewer upgrade slot, but can be upgraded with any upgrades that you are holding in your hands as a locus when you cast this spell, which then becomes inert until the spell ends. The weapon deals damage as normal, plus an additional D4 damage of the chosen trait: electricity for air, bludgeoning for earth, fire for fire, acid for metal, cold for water, poison for wood. At Heighten 2, we can create an advanced weapon. At Heighten 5, we can create a superior weapon. At Heighten 6, an elite weapon. And at Heighten 8, spell rank 8, we can create an ultimate weapon. And at 9, a paragon weaponry. Yo, dog, I heard you like your machine gun. Here's a fiery machine gun. But as far as I can tell, it will only ever do D4. I mean, obviously the weapon will be improved. Okay. Apparently I can't click on that link. All right. But it's interesting because, yeah, anyways, it looks like it'll only ever do D4 points of damage, but hey, that's pretty cool. By the way, one of our cantrips is we can recharge someone's weapon. I love the idea of, like, you know, a divine caster, or in this case, a primal caster. But what does a primal caster look like in the far future where we have guns? You touch a weapon with no remaining ammunition and recharge it with magical energy. The target gains ammo or charges equal to its expend value until the end of your next turn, allowing anyone with the target to make one strike with a weapon. This spell only recharges weapons that use ammunition with cost of 10 or less. So when we are a primal elemental, we gain our harmony. So whenever we transfer vitality, that's our one action heal 60-foot bonded thing, we choose one of the 6 elemental traits. And if one or more of our elemental epiphanies are active, aka our elemental weapon ability or whatever, you must select the same elemental trait as we did when we created. So if we created a fire machine gun, we have to choose fire when we transfer vitality. Until the end of their next turn, the target's next strike deals damage based on that chosen trait rather than its typical. Oh, so when we heal someone, we can turn all of their damage into fire or electricity or bludgeoning or acid or slashing or fire or cold or piercing or poison, depending on what elemental type we have. So not only, again, are we healing them, but we're also potentially setting them up to hopefully take advantage of a weakness or get around a vulnerability or a resistance. Yeah, so that is really cool. And keep in mind, we could potentially heal all 3 members of our party member, and we could basically be like, hey, acid for you, acid for you, acid for you, which is pretty sweet too. A lot of cool buffing there while you're healing them. And that's all you want. You just want to be able to do multiple things at once. That's all. Just the only thing I do is, please let my turn be more than I healed you next. I'm done. And then at 19th level, we choose one elemental trait. We gain resistance equal to half of our level to that element. And if we gain fire, we also get it to cold. Whenever we heal a bonded ally, they also gain these resistances until our next turn. Okay. All right. Straight up, one of the connections is just healing, which is the divine flowing. By the way, not only do we have our transfer of vitality, but now, well, I guess we have it with primal too, but the primal spell list has heal, but we just get normal ass heal. Where if that's not enough for you, here's good old fashioned broken ass heal. What else do we get? Oh, look at that. We got all the top hits. We got heal, we've got breath of life, and we have moment of renewal. So we've got our bases covered. Our initial focus spell, which are called epiphany spells, is infusion, which is 1 to 3 actions. Again, this is a focus spell. It has to be targeted on one willing bonded ally. We heal them, restoring 1d6 hit points, which we can only do once every 10 minutes. 1 action's touch, 2 actions 30 feet, and it's 1d6 plus 6. And if it's 3 actions, it's all bonded creatures in 30-foot emanation. And it scales by d6 plus 6 every spell level. So it's basically a heal light, right? Heal is d8 plus 8. This is d6 plus 6. It scales just the same, except it uses focus spells. And if we do the 3-action version, it targets only our bonded allies or bonded creatures, which is basically our allies. This is a focus heal. Holy shit. I mean, yes, it is 1 to 2 points less on average per spell level. So it is technically weaker than heal. But it also has this advantage that if we do the 3-action version, we don't have to worry about healing our enemies. Wow. Huh. Wow. In addition, we have a harmony where when we transfer vitality, that's our 1 action using points from our soul network, we get to freely counteract one of the afflictions targeting the target, or attempt to counteract one effect of the choice imposing one of the following conditions: blinded, clumsy, dazzled, deafened, enfeebled, or sicken. Wow. So not only is it awesome heal, it's also awesome heal, get rid of their blinded, get rid of their enfeebled, get rid of their sickened. And then at 19th level, not that it really matters that much, we add doom, drain, paralyzed, and stunned. Huh. Well, this thing here is crazy. This thing is great. It does get the divine spell list, which isn't the best spell list. Lastly, we have another 2 primal, and another divine. Primal is rhythm. Something, something, something music. It is primal. It's, I guess, their version of the bard. We get summon instrument. We get, uncontrollable dance, hypnotize. It's actually some pretty decent spells here, but we get anthem, 60 feet, 1 action. They get, okay, so this is literally like what's it called? Inspire courage, basically. All bonded creatures in the area get +1 status to attack rolls and damage rolls, and +1 bonus to saves. And when you transfer vitality, when you heal somebody, you extend the duration of any of your active efficiency spells from the rhythm connection by 1 round. So basically, you give everybody +1 bonus to hit. It's basically inspire courage, and then you can keep healing people with transfer vitality to keep the song going. So it really is kind of like the bard version of the mystic. So they kind of took the bard buffing stuff and added it to the cleric. And you, instead of having to just waste your turn keeping the music going, by healing people is how you keep the buffs going, which is kind of a cool way of doing it. And it's primal instead of divine, which I like because fuck a cult. So, yeah. And you also get irresistible dance. You get some cool spells here that aren't normally found in the primal list. Yeah, I actually kind of think I like this one. I don't know what the Song of the Spheres is, but basically it's, I don't know. It's trance music. It's melodic. It's a melodic chill step from the future. And then Shadow. There's a portal to the netherworld, and like an artist molding clay, you sculpt Shadow into a new realm. So this is divine. We get some interesting spells that we get to add, like invisibility, which normally is not a divine spell. We get slow. We get disappearance, arguably the most broken spell in the game amongst them. Phantasmagoria, which is another cool spell. And our focus spell is Shadow Snap. This is a 2-action focus spell that targets one creature versus AC, and we can sustain it for up to a minute. We summon the creature's shadow to attack it or stalk it. It makes a spell attack roll against the AC, doing D8 cold damage on a hit or double on a crit. It uses our attack and multiple attack penalties. It's okay. D10 is fine. And if we command it to stalk, then it basically, the first time it uses a manipulate action or whatever, it deals. So basically, if it triggers an opportunity action, like an attack of opportunity, if it moves, makes a range attack, or leaves a square, then it deals D10 cold damage. And if we crit, it disrupts that action. Each time we sustain, we can choose it to attack or stalk, and it goes up by D10 each level. I don't hate this, actually. It's actually kind of cool. I don't hate it. I mean, you're going to end up spending a lot of actions. Like that first 2-action thing is kind of rough, right? Like the first time you cast this, it's kind of like rough because you're spending 2 actions to do a pretty weak attack. I mean, normal attack. But then as long as you keep it sustained for 1 action each round, that's pretty okay. Exactly. Crit, disrupt, sustain is a very fun 3rd action to play with. Right. So it's kind of like the first round, but subsequent rounds, when you're only spending 1 action, that's actually not bad. We have the harmony that when we transfer vitality, the target's shadow darkens and swells, reducing bright light within 10-foot emanation of the target to dim light. This is one of those things where it's like, God help you. This is a form of magical darkness and can be overcome. The target becomes concealed while in dim light and can even use this condition to hide. So when we heal one of our targets, we basically can put them into concealment. But it's also a type of concealment that they can use to hide. Kind of depends on your party's composition, but it could be pretty interesting. Now, what's interesting here, though, is it could potentially also hurt your party, and now you've got to track all these different 10-foot emanations of dim lights. And it only lasts until the end of our next turn, which is a weird duration as well. But it is also the divine spell list, which isn't great. Honestly, I kind of like all of these. I mean, Akashik or Akoshik. There's a couple different people who are pronouncing it. Giving everybody free reaction recall knowledges isn't bad. I like the spells that they get. It's a cult though, which is a good tradition. It's got healing and soothe. It's got some great debuffs. It's got some of the best debuffs in the game. And I don't really mind it. The harmony's cool, but it's fine. Elemental is great. I love the transfer of vitality, being able to change your damage types. What a great way to take advantage of weaknesses on your foes. It's got a great list of connection spells. Primal's a very strong type with access to the heal spell. The healing is just off the charts bonkers. I mean, this might be the most healing thing that we've ever seen healed. In addition to your Soul Network transfer vitality, you also get Infusion, which might be one of the strongest focus spells of all time. And I really actually am impressed with this rhythm. This might be my favorite. I love the Primal, has access to heal. You still have your transfer vitality. It has a good mix of connection spells. I could care less about the performance ability. Anthem, Shuffle, Repeat, and Remix are awesome, especially when you tie their extending duration into using your transfer vitality. And finally at level 19, when you do transfer vitality the first time, they get to stride as a free action, which is cool. And then Shadow's kind of interesting. Probably the weakest, only because it's divine and this weird, shadowy thing. But I think these are all pretty cool. But this might be my favorite thing here. This rhythm, I think this is honestly extremely well designed, and I think this is a very fun play pattern with using your focus spells, keeping them up with transfer vitality. Now it's like I'm excited to keep my healing up. Transfer vitality is only 1 action, but it could be 2 actions. You're managing this pool of vitality each round, waiting for it to recharge, keeping your spells up, and then also looking for opportunities to still cast your normal spells. And you're using Primal. So, like, we could, in a round, right, start off our round with our allies are all, like, from a previous round, our allies are anthemed. So everybody is getting +1 bonus to attack rolls and damage rolls. Fantastic. Awesome, right? Cool. Just like Inspire Courage. So everybody's buffed. So then we transfer vitality. So we heal somebody. And because we use transfer vitality, our harmony extends the duration of, say, our anthem or our shuffle remix or whatever for another round. So we've healed somebody and kept a buff going. Cool. Now we have 2 actions left. We're primal, baby. Drop a fireball. You know? drop a noise blast. Drop a big sonic boom. You know? Like, that's fucking sweet. Also, we're a sorcerer. So we have the flexibility of, unlike a prepared caster, to be able to cast anything. So Karama pointing out with this extends the duration by 1 round. It's not till the end of next round. So if we transfer vitality 3 times, the duration on Anthem gets extended by 3 rounds. And now we've set up our Anthem for the next couple of rounds. This honestly might be one of my favorite things ever. This is a fantastic design. And all it's really doing is like making the cleric into a sorcerer and giving them the bard abilities and tying it to your healing, which is now 1 action at range. I'll say this as nicely as I can. The Mystic fixes the cleric problem. For sure. This is awesome. S tier. I mean, like, not broken, but like, I mean, Focus Heal is pretty broken, but yeah. It's fantastic. Right, I noticed that. Right, it's all of your epiphanies. If you have multiple epiphanies active, then they all get extended by 1 round for each time you transfer. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is a very complex kitchen, right? This looks like Neil Peart's drum kit, right? But what a drum kit and what a drummer, right? Right, they gave it bard abilities and they didn't make it creepy. Right, in fact, the bard being tied to the song of the spheres, the musical, or the rhythm mystic, being attuned to the music of the universe and the song of the spheres, and being primal instead of occult, feels literally, I mean, this is a big thing to me, Boothby, because you know how much I hate like the occult bard. That is literally like an order of magnitude cooler to me. Cleric's problem is that they suck. Heal, they're one of the best classes in the game, Duji, because heal is just such a broken spell. But like 2-action heal is so effective, and so the divine spell list is terrible aside from heal. The clerics get the worst feats in the game. They have nothing else to do on their turn. They suck. War Priest, in my opinion, barely function. They got better with the remaster, but you know, whatever. And then on top of that, they give you the fucking font of healing so that you have more ability to heal even more than you were already healing, and now you can heal every time. Yeah, it's just they're very good at what they do, but what they do, in my opinion, is very, very, very unfulfilling and boring. If that's your cup of tea, more power to you, you know? Right. So we haven't even looked at their feats. Now, to be fair, I'm sure their feats suck. Because spellcaster feats usually do suck. But let's take a look. Again, love that they're a sorcerer. Love that they're not prepared. In this edition, meaning Paizo system, aka PF2, SF2, my opinion is that having a spell repertoire is usually better than having prepared spells these days. It used to be the case that I thought having prepared spells was better, but in any case, we get free focus spells. It's all great. It's mystic. It's great. Transfer vitality, amazing. What an incredible ability. Okay, we get group chat. Creatures in our bond can now communicate telepathically within 120 feet of each other. Again, fantastic naming. What a great way to tap into zeitgeist, to tap into these fun common names, to call it the group chat. Our whole group gains awareness of each other, our current state and distance from each other, and we get a new meta magic spell shape spell, actually called Network Spell. You channel your spell to manifest from one of your allies instead of yourself. If the next action you use is to cast a spell with an area, range, or target, it manifests from one of your bonded allies instead. And we just get that for free. And this is even cooler because if assuming for a moment that the battlefields are bigger, I want positioning to be important. I like that this costs us an action. But if for some odd reason our buddy is on the other side of, let's say, a 100-foot by 80-foot battlefield, because, you know, the GM wants to take advantage of this range combat meta and actually have people, you know, shoot and scoot, and we're like, shit, I can't heal you. Well, no, I can reach through the network spell. I can reach through our network through the bond, and I can cast my heal spell from you or, from someone else and get an effect off. And that's awesome. Remember, we have shitty saves, shitty proficiency, so it goes up. We get signature spells just like a fighter, or we get signature spells just like a sorcerer, which is another advantage. Being able to flexibly change your spell level when in PF2, SF2 is very effective for counteracting effects and stuff. Right, I'm going to Cone of Cold from the Solarian. He's already in melee. Or maybe your soldier is already been extremely well set up to hit everybody with a cone attack. Cool, I'll just Cone of Cold from him. Finally, at level 5, we now have expertise in all three of our saves. Spellcasting goes up at 7. Will goes to master. We finally get expert proficiency. Again, very minimal class features, very bad proficiencies. In fact, this is about it. And then at 19th level, we get a 10th level spell slot. So this is one of the most basic classes that we've seen in terms of its like actual core class features. Although obviously getting the connections is very similar to choosing a bloodline from a sorcerer, right? It's going to determine what bonus skill you get in, what spells you add to your repertoire, what does your focus spell progression look like, and you even get that cool harmony ability, which is really neat. So basic, simple, but I'm telling you, that connection and Mystic Bond and that transfer vitality is doing a lot of work through the Vitality Network. I also don't know why, but this feels so cool and sci-fi-y, but also like fantasy sci-fi-y to me that I absolutely love it. It's very like, if you've played 40K, it feels very like Webway-ish to me, or, like the Ghost Field from Blades in the Dark. So I actually kind of dig this. I actually think this is really cool. I think it's really neat. This is fun to me. This is actually an exciting caster. Okay, let's take a look at their feats. Again, I'm not prepared to be, impressed here, but because again, their feats are usually pretty bad here. But all right, we've got a couple. Again, remember, we don't even get a feat at level 1, so we get Reach Spell and Wide Spell, 2 garbage feats, meta magic feats that no one should ever take. Because we're also the Druid in this, we get Xeno Druid, and we become Xeno Druid, and we get to add animal spells to our list. Just they wanted to have a way to be like more like a druid. They're like, you want to be a space druid? Okay, fine. Take Xeno Druid Bond and become a space druid. Divine Bond. All right, you want to be space cleric? Here you go. You get the favored weapon. You get the deity spells. You get to add their spell list from their, trained list. You get bound by their anathema, and we get divine sanctification. So basically, you want to be space druid? Cool. You want to be space cleric? Fine. I don't want to be space druid, and I don't want to be space cleric, and I don't want reach spell, and I don't want widen spell. So it's a great thing that I don't actually get a feat at level 1 because I'm not taking any of these 4. No Bog says Vitality Network sounds like an MLM scam. Absolutely. I could totally see Gwyneth Paltrow hyping up the Vitality Network, And you can join the Vitality Network. And then as you begin to ascend the levels, you will be able to gather the vitality of those below you, which will push you into a higher tier of awareness. Yes, Star Ocean, FMD, total Star Ocean vibes. Total Star Ocean vibes. We're big fans of Star Ocean over here. In fact, our last Fabula Ultima campaign that never got off the ground, what we spent like 3 or 4 weeks building it through collaborative session zeros, was very Star Ocean inspired. Okay. Cantrip expansion. I've never taken this with any of my casters ever, but maybe you do. Conceal spell. Definitely never taken this with any of my spells ever. So, and these are ones for PF2, so we're not going to look at them because they're garbage. Let's take a look at Bond Boost, Eldritch Bond, Spot Healing, and Wild Bond as our level 2 spells. So this is technically potentially our first feat that we get at level 2. Reaction, love to see it. A bonded ally, basically anybody in our party, is about to roll within 20 feet, very close range, is about to roll a saving throw. They get a +1 status bonus. If they roll a success, and if it's a vitality or void effect, They get a crit instead. I get that it's a reaction, and I get that we could theoretically use this every round, but I'm just so not impressed by a plus. I know, the math is tight. +1 bonus is nice. Yes, it's fine. And, you know, if it's Vitality or Void, you know, if they pass and they get go from a success to a critical success, that's really cool, but I don't know. This just, for me, I think I want better. Let's see if we can do better. If we have the occult spellcasting, which means we have specifically the one weird one, Akashic, we grant creatures in our bond the power to reform their bodies. I'm so out on the weird body horror fixation that Paizo has. I'm out. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm out. I get it. I don't know what it is, but you guys stop. I hate it. All right, I'm not even looking at that. Spot healing. Reaction. Heal. Oh. They have to be adjacent. But we can reaction transfer vitality. Which would also trigger our harmony. Which would also extend the duration of our rhythm focus spells. Wow. That is awesome. Wow. This like makes me want to be a healer. A strong disco priest vibes. I played a priest in World of Warcraft. That was my highest level character, was a priest. I was a discipline priest. Wow. I mean, obviously positioning here is massively important. You know, you're gonna have to be up close and personal, but if you can take advantage of that, wow, what an advantage to take advantage of. Wow. Huge. That's awesome. It's a level 2 feat. Wow, that's great. Wild Bond gives us Wild Bond. This is if we still want to make sure we're really druids. What does this give us? Like an animal companion or something? Oh, no. Okay, interesting. We target a willing bonded creature for 2 actions. It's a new focus spell. And we give them a burrow speed of 15, a climb speed of 20, a fly speed of 20, a swim speed of 25, a speed of 40, and we give them a claw and a jaw attack, which continues to increase in their damage. Wow, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's a focus spell that lasts a minute, and we could give them, you know, flying or 40 speed or burrow or climb. I mean, that's pretty cool. Remind me of the new rules on focus spells. When we take a focus spell, do we add one to our focus pool as well? I can't actually remember how they changed that rule, or if they changed that rule. Yeah, we do. So if we take that Wild Bond, we now have 2 focus points. Norm's Respecter, which is a great name, by the way. Healers that do things beyond healing. It's a bold new world. Well, Norm's Respecter, it is a bold new world. It's a bold new world circa 2008, baby. That's right. I said it. They're not afraid anymore. We have the lesser of 3 or number of focus spells. All right, Karama. Cool. Thank you. Well, I got to admit, that Wild Bond's pretty good. That spot healing's pretty good. I'm actually kind of curious to see what Eldritch Bond does now, even though it's some weird tentacle horror manifestation. The fact that we do get a new epiphany spell. 30 feet, 1 willing creature, 1 minute, polymorph. 2 of the following abilities. Dark vision, mental resistance equal to half their level, a tentacle attack, a beam ranged attack, a 10-foot reach on all melee attacks. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Melee strikes affect incorporeal creatures and a stinger attack. All right, that's not bad. Especially at 4th level when we can hit 5 targets with it. So you can give everybody in your party 10-foot reach, or you can give everybody in your party basically ghost touch. You can give everybody in your party mental this could be help. And it does give you an extra focus spell. So that is an extra epiphany spell, but I still don't like it. But if for whatever reason I was the weird Akashek people, I'd probably take it because it's the only one that I could take with occult spell casting. I mean, look at these names. Cloud storage, I'm in. Ooh, extended vitality. That sounds cool. Ooh, network shield. That sounds cool. New epiphany probably expands us to get our second. Maybe I'll take a look. Advanced epiphany. That's probably the one that gives us the other thing here. Greater epiphany. I'm just looking at all these. Life bond. Look at that.
I am strong. Strong. Strong.
The cleric could never. I've bitched about this endlessly. The cleric, for whatever reason, doesn't get access to quicken casting. And there it is. Wait, do they have effortless concentration?
I am strong. Strong. Strong.
Wow. Space cleric is so much better than not space cleric. Wow. They get effortless concentration and they get quicken casting. Wow. Vitality web. All of these feats sound awesome. Enlightenment and transcendent existence. One of these will just be you get another 10th level spell. Let's take a look at some of these. These are the ones that popped out to me. I'm sure they're all really cool. Cloud storage. You can use your vitality network as an extra dimensional storage space, sliding into things into air as if it were a null space chamber, aka a portable hole. You can interact with an item that weighs 1 bulk or less, blah, blah, blah. A creature in your bond and on the same plane can remove an item as well, but it takes 2 actions. Love it. That's exactly what I wanted to see. I was like, that is awesome that our bond network can share an extra dimensional storage space that exists outside of a physical location. That is fucking awesome. That is awesome. Literally, it is literally cloud storage. I love it. I actually love it. Like, you're like, yes, upload it to the cloud. And then now they can pull it out. Wow. What a cool feat. That's just very awesome. Again, very utilitarian, doesn't have like this immediate thing, but I mean, giving your entire party basically access to a literal party inventory that isn't just, you know, made up and bullshit. You do have to pay 10 GP for the monthly subscription, you know. Karama, once we're at 25 bulk or 50 bulk, I'm totally letting you put a car in there. I know it only says 1 bulk or less, but I'm in there. Yeah, it's totally the party stash. I love it. I think that's really fun. I think that's really cool. And I love the idea of tapping into that network, tapping into that party bond that allows them to access your network. That's fantastic. All right, cool. Extended vitality. Remember that 60-foot range? Now we can do it on the same planet. 1 action, heal, range, same planet. How's that? They didn't even fuck around with like 120 foot. They just said, fuck it. Make it the whole planet. That's awesome. You know what? At this point, let's just not even worry about it anymore. Yes, you can heal them. If you're on the planet and they're in space, you know, maybe not. All right, network shield. Okay, so this is a reaction. We are hit by an attack. We condense the energy of our vitality network into a shield. We gain resistance equal to twice our level against all damage from the trigger effect. Reduce your vitality network's total by the amount you resisted. Double our level is a lot of resistance. Now, it is coming out of our vitality network, but am I right, Karama? If my vitality network was empty or only had 1 point of design or only had 1 point left in it, I would still get double my level resistance, right? right? Like, I don't need my vitality network to actually have points in it for me to use this reaction, correct? Karama, by the way, for those of you who aren't aware, Karama is our sort of resident rules expert. Some people might call you a rules lawyer, Karama, or a min-maxer, or a car op son of a bitch. But if you're in doubt of what the actual rules really say, you can go to Karama and he'll set you straight. Yeah. So, I mean, number one, I think that's really cool anyways, period. Especially if your network shield is, if your network vitality network is low or whatever. Remember also too, at the beginning of your round in combat, you always get back a couple of points. So you'll be able to heal at least a little bit. But especially if your network is empty or nearly empty, you know, you're level 6, getting a reaction to take off 12 that didn't require you to like raise a shield or burn any sort of action on your prior turn is a lot. And especially as a 6 hit point class, that gives you a lot of defense. I was not expecting to see twice your level. And it's all damage. I mean, that's pretty cool. That's a lot. And this, again, is one of those situations, you know, where if you use this early in a fight, it might burn you a little bit because you might eat up into your vitality network too much. So there's an actual choice. There's actually a real decision to be made here, because if you use this too early, you're going to really burn through your vitality network. And that is going to limit some of your options for helping your allies and helping them out with their harmony. So really cool design here. I actually like the decision and the play pattern that this generates. All right, at level 6, we have a new epiphany, which is a cool way to describe it because it's a new epiphany. Kind of a, well, through dedication or serendipity, you've reached out to other connections. You learn the initial epiphany, a spell of a connection that grants training in the prerequisite connection skill. Prerequisite, expert in a, so if we are expert in the skill from a different subclass, we can pick up that initial focus spell from that spell list. Very cool. So we can pick up another subclass's focus spell. Neat, which is also a new focus spell, which is also going to increase our focus pool, probably up to 2 or 3. But it lets us dip into one of the other, you know, things. Karama says, I use this to get the focus heal on my rhythm mystic. Karama, I was literally just about to say that, but Karama beat me to it because I was talking about how much I absolutely loved the primal rhythm mystic. Karama apparently had a rhythm mystic. And then, of course, the one thing that we missed out on is the healing has that focus heal spell, and they can pick this up with this. It's kind of, this is like the new cross-blooded evolution, right? Where sorcerers that used to pick up heal at level 8, well, now at level 6, you could pick up focus heal. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Advanced Epiphany gives us the next level of Epiphany if we care about that. Greater Epiphany gives us the Greater Epiphany spell. Great. Cool. Awesome. I feel like we're getting that earlier than we normally did. Am I crazy? I feel like we're getting that a lot earlier than the sorcerer gets. Doesn't the sorcerer get theirs at like level 12 or 14? Maybe? Are we getting this earlier than I feel like we're getting it normally? Maybe I'm wrong. It's a little early. Okay. Yeah, maybe it was like 12 normally or 14. All right, Life Bond. So again, leading into if you want to be druid, we get we could speak with animals and plants. Any living creature that we summon is considered part of our bond. And during daily preparations, we can pick summon spells and add them to our repertoire. Okay. This is a level 10 spell, you know? Yeah, that is weird. The greater spells are level 6, and we picked it up at level 10. Did I read that right? Because at level 8, we could pick up Advanced Epiphany, which gives us the Advanced Epiphany spell. That's the second focus spell from our subclass. And then at level 10, we can get Greater Epiphany. We get the Greater Epiphany spell for our chosen connection at level 10. But the Greater Epiphany spell for our spell is level 6. Interesting. Quicken Casting, we already know what that does. I just clicked on it. Vitality Web. So this is a level 16 feat. We can manifest our bond as a web of vital energy. We learn a new epiphany spell, Vitality Web. Vitality Web is a 2-action focus spell. It's a range of 120 feet, and it targets 2 bonded creatures. Could be us and an ally. It could be 2 allies. But they have to be in our bond, which basically means our party. And we can sustain it, meaning we can spend an action in subsequent turns to keep this active. Each target, our network manifests as a web of shimmering vital energy connecting members of our bond. Each target gains fast healing 8. So every time they take a turn, they heal 8 hit points for free. But when we cast the spell, and each time we sustain it, the first time each round we sustain it, the targets each gain 16 temp. And at level 17, this will be automatically heightened to level 9, which will mean we can target 3 people with it. And at level 19, this will automatically heighten to focus 10, and we can target 4 people with it. And the amount of fast healing and temporary hit points is by 1 or 2. So at that point, we would be at 20 temp and fast healing 10. So basically, you could give everybody in your party fast healing 10 and 20 temp each round for free. Well, for 1 action. But hopefully by then we have effortless concentration and we can sustain this spell for free. Normally a cleric would never be able to do that. But the mystic is not a cleric, and the mystic has effortless concentration. And so that means that our mystic can keep the vitality web up for free. And fast healing 10, 20 temp every round for free on top of everything else that we fucking have is pretty sweet. All right. Our level 20 feats, I imagine, are what I expected them to be. Transcended Existence gives us another 10th level spell slot. Boring. And then Enlightenment requires legendary in our connection skill. So if we took our connection skill, performance, religion, stealth, whatever it was, all the way up to legendary, which we probably would, you understand the true nature of your connection and how it stretches across the vast pillars of reality. Your vitality network now has a maximum capacity of 200 hit points, and it regains 20 HP at the start of every turn instead of 8. You can bond with any number of willing creatures. That is mostly a flavor thing. You know, it doesn't really matter, you know. But I will point out this. Remember, we can sense the presence of any creature in our bonded network. We know their hit points and their approximate locations. Now, it does take 10 minutes to bond with a creature, but this theoretically means that at 20th level, our mystic could be bonded with thousands of people across the universe and know them. And that also means that they will all be part of the group chat. You could literally link an entire rebel alliance together in one telepathic unimind and be able to reach out through that network to heal people across time and space. Now, again, I get it. It's level 20. The game is almost over. But what a fucking cool capstone ability to literally be transcended, you know? And it's like your character, this is kind of a Warhammer 40K thing, except you're not like a zombie dead emperor that's bound to a golden throne and has to sacrifice thousands of people a day in order to keep your sustain alive. But, oh yes, Boothby, if you took the group stash, if you took the null pocket, they all have access to the party inventory. Now, right, can you imagine trying to keep up with the messages? Except they're like pinging inside of your mind, you know? FMD says, it seems like every Starfinder Second Edition class is better than its fantasy equivalent. I mean, yeah, I know this sounds crazy. Solomega, should effortless concentration become a free ability every spellcaster gets? It's too boring of a feat, yet too powerful not to take. That's a great question, Solomagus. I mean, I personally think that you should take it if it's available to you. But if you don't use spells or cast spells that require sustaining, then maybe you don't take it. I mean, it's only useful if you cast those kind of spells. But yeah, generally speaking, I mean, I think you should take it. A villain who had this would be fun. For the party, you have to defeat them. You have to shut down the enemy cons. Well, they would be level 20 at least. Karama says, yeah, I had the dumb idea of linking all of NR and people started getting random healing every round for the rest of the ceiling. Right, exactly. You're just like boom, 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 boom. Oh, that's awesome. Of course the classes are better. It's the future. And Boothby means that in more than ways than one because it is the future. You know, they've had 6 years to play Pathfinder 2 outside of after a release. And the fact of the matter is there are some parts of PF2 that I think are hamstrung because of the legacy of coming out of 3rd edition / PF1 and D20 and being really tied into the sacred cows of fantasy, but not just fantasy, but what people expected out of Pathfinder 2. A very simulationist heavy game where everything had to make sense. And they were very concerned about the relative power level. And again, they wanted to make a smooth transition from PF1 to PF2. And then that's why when you look at those core classes, even after the remaster, you know, they maybe are a little bit uninspired in some ways. Whereas, you know, the newer classes like Kineticist and all this other stuff have a lot more, you know, cool bells and whistles. Yes, they are compatible with each other. They use the same core rule set, and theoretically, they are bound into the same things. And I would say this. I don't think these Starfinder 2 classes are 30% stronger. I think in some capacity, some of these abilities are probably maybe 10 to 15% stronger. What I will say is that the Starfinder 2 characters will probably be stronger in a Pathfinder 2 meta, and the Pathfinder 2 characters would probably be weaker in a Starfinder meta because of the changes and assumptions around how certain abilities and stuff changes. But a lot of the stuff is quality of life key, Thor. You're absolutely right. There could be no doubt that a cleric in Pathfinder 2, who is basically taking a 2-action heal each turn, and basically, for all intents and purposes, could probably do that for most of the day because of fonts and because of their spell slots, is honestly one of the strongest characters that exists in the game. Like, there's almost no monster that can out-heal a cleric that is casting 2-action heals, especially if you take healing hands just for the extra fuck you DM, and you're rolling, you know, 10d10 plus 80 healing. It's like almost impossible to out-heal that. And, you know, a single heal spell from a cleric can often undo the entire effect of the entire monster's rounds, all the monsters. So that healing there is incredibly powerful. It's just really boring. And the gameplay isn't really compelling. And it doesn't really lean into the 3-action economy because now basically you're casting a heal every round or most every round. Obviously, there's a case and situation where somebody just didn't get hurt or hit enough. But even then, a lot of times clerics will end up taking their lower level spell slots as heals just so that they don't have to waste the good heal on you. They can use a level 4 heal or a level 5 heal just to, you know, top you off or whatever. So yeah, it's very powerful. It's just very boring, I found. I mean, maybe somebody else really enjoys that play style. I didn't. And when the heal spell is so singularly powerful, along with spells like, you know, Moment of Renewal and stuff like that, it's hard to want to do, to justify doing something else because you understand that is just so much stronger of an option than everything else that you could do. So from my perspective, this is just my perspective, I feel like these classes seem a lot more fun. And I think they're a little bit stronger in some ways. Some of the ways that they interact, just to make it a little bit smoother. There's a lot more single action and reaction type abilities. But I think they are definitely a step above, in my opinion, in the fun. And not just the fun, but you kind of get to play this fun little mini game. You know, the envoy has to decide how to lead and who to lead from, and should they be using 1 action or 2 action. And you get to play this game of sort of encouraging, setting up your party and using the right directive so that the party can maximally benefit from your directive that round, right? That's a cool little mini game that involves you working with your party. Very cool. The Mystic is managing their vitality network. How much healing is in it? What feats am I going to get to support my vitality network? You know, should I be switching over to an elemental fire aura so that everybody gets fire damage to double down on this? Or should I use my reaction shield to absorb a shitload of damage on me because I'm kind of a frail character, even though that means I'm going to tap into my network a lot? The operative is based around using the aim action. Now, admittedly, the operative kind of feels like they don't work with the party as much as some of the other character classes, what we saw. But guess what? I actually like that. That feels very operative focused. I'm on my own. I take care of what I take care of. I don't need you. I can help you out with cunningly placed sniper shots, but I get into the position, call the shot. I go in there with my gun kata. The operative kind of is a one-man band, but I feel like that feels very thematically appropriate for the operative, and the party will play around that. The Solarian balances between this very control-heavy graviton focus and the very damage and sort of damage-heavy photon focus. Knowing when to cycle, how to cycle, what cycle you should be in is part of managing your effectiveness as a Solarian. If you need to be in graviton shift and you are in photon state attunement, then you're going to be kind of not working optimally. If you could have planned your turns better in previous turns to be in a better position now, you're going to be able to take advantage of that. And again, being in the graviton focus, or even sometimes the photon focus, is also going to allow you not just to do damage, but to help your party out, control the battlefield, debuff the enemy, buff your allies. I mean, some crazy cool stuff there. Soldier, we saw that today. They're an AoE martial damage dealing controller who debuffs and damages the enemies with their guns while maintaining a huge pile of hit points and a massive armor class. It's like a weird mix of like the fighter and the wizard that I never knew I wanted, but I like it a lot. And then the Witch Warper, I think, is the most complicated caster in the game. Not only do they get access to the arcane and primal spell, arcane and occult spells, which tend to be more complicated, but managing their quantum field is going to be very complicated, and trying to maintain that through your anchoring abilities and your anchoring spells. That being said, what a cool way to not just be like, I cast Fireball next, but instead having to manage that quantum field, because if you can manage that quantum field and manage it well, then you're going to be in a much stronger position. So I find all 6 of these classes extremely good. I rank all of these classes as an A, except for Envoy, which I did rate at a B+. And I felt kind of bad about that, but after seeing one of the things is I found that the Envoy had a lot of quote unquote non-magical healing. And but a lot of them were on this like 24-hour cooldown. And I thought at first they were really holding back on this class because of their reluctance to unlock the floodgates of healing. But after reading the Mystic today, I don't understand why they did that. So I feel very good at giving the Envoy a B+ and not an A, because I feel like some of their temporary hit point abilities and some of their quote unquote non-magical healing abilities were definitely underpowered compared to the others. And I would have liked to have seen more of that. So, but it's still a very cool, fun class, still very interesting, but I still think it's probably the weakest, quote unquote, for me in terms of its interaction with the other elements. That being said, Mystic, Operative, Solarian, and Soldier, and Witch Warper were all A classes. I'm going to go on a limb and say I think that the Mystic is an A+. I think that class is amazingly fun, looks awesome, fun to play, powerful, cool, flavorful, neat. I thought the Solarian cycling, really cool. A+ for me personally. Operative and Soldier are kind of the basic what they do, but what they do really well and has a really cool thing. Very solid A, no doubt. Witch Warper, I'm sort of torn on. On one hand, it seems almostly overly complicated to the point of being like needlessly complicated, but maybe that's what you're going for. I don't know. But it is a very cool class and definitely solidly is an A. In terms of overall power level, maybe it's even an A+, but my guess is where it is A. So, I mean, that's 5 A's and a B+. And well, it's 2 A+, 2 A+, 3 A's, and a B+. I mean, in terms of a ranking, that might be like the highest ranking I've ever given. I'd have to, I mean, most of the feats I thought were great. I was actually in a situation, that Mystic, I was like, I want all of these feats. Yeah. So, I mean, just really cool, really well done, a lot of fun. And I'll be honest with you, my bias, for some odd reason, the rules of PF2, to me, for whatever reason, feel better when applied to Starfinder 2 and a science fantasy science game. I don't know why, but like getting all really super technical and tactical and worrying about 10 feet and worrying about this and that feels more appropriate to a sci-fi game, which feels more techie than a fantasy game. I don't know why. This is just a Derek thing, maybe. But like when I think about the sci-fi games that I want to play, I'm like, oh, I'd play Starfinder 2. I'd play Traveler. And you're like, Derek, would you play, a Traveler? Would you play like Mithras or RuneQuest, which is a very, crunchy game with a lot of things? No, I wouldn't. It's because why? Well, that's a fantasy game. And I don't want that kind of like technical schematic type feel in a fantasy game. For whatever reason, I accept complication of game engines better in a sci-fi setting. I don't know why, but I do. And I think it's just because of the difference between technology versus magic. And, I just think that even though Starfinder obviously clearly has a lot of magic going on in it, very cool classes. I mean, the class design here is amazing. That Mystic really blew me away. That might be my favorite class. That's crazy that I'm saying that, but I really do think that the Mystic might be my favorite class of the 6. It might be my favorite class, like between Pathfinder and Starfinder. I haven't looked at the Commander and Guardian. We'll have to do that when we get back from PAX, because I definitely don't have time to look at that before we leave. So. Right, Don Pokey. I mean, what Mark created was a masterpiece. That whole team created was a masterpiece. But even if you look at Mark's later works, if you look at Eldamon, I mean, we're playing Eldamon right now. I'm an Eldamon trainer, and my buddy Kaz is an Eldamon trainer. And there's 3 other people in the party. A mechanic, a magus, and a soldier. And me and my buddy, who is also an Eldamon trainer, I mean, our Eldamon elemental abilities are so much cooler than what the other characters are doing, especially the magus. Like, the magus is like casting produce flame and doing like, or whatever, flames burst and doing like D6 damage. And like, Kaz's Death Eldamon like dropped a 3d10 crit. They were level 1. He dropped a 3d10 crit and did like 48 damage or something like that at level 1. It was crazy. My life Eldamon, my Uncrub, my Uncrush, like managing all these abilities. It was like it's so cool. It's so much fun, I haven't technically played the Elemental Avatar, but I ranked the Eldamon Trainer A+. Very complicated. I know Steven and Mark or whatever, they kind of bill it as like for kids and like, hey, if you like Pokemon, come play. No. If you like Pokemon and you want to get your kids into, D&D or whatever, go get Animon Story, okay? Go get Animon Story. That game is, that's the TTRPG about kids and their monster friends. It's literally the rules are as complicated as these images make it out look to be, right? Like, this is the game if you want to get your 9-year-old or 10-year-old into RPG. Very basic, very simple, very cute. That being said, it reminds me one of my favorite Gen Con memories. I don't know what year it was, mid 2000s, but we were at Gen Con and it was the finals for like the world, or maybe it was the North American Pokemon championship. Okay. And this was back when Pokemon wasn't allowed to give out, Pokemon tournaments were not allowed to give out cash prizes. They could only give out scholarships. Originally, Pokemon had a ban on giving out money. Like, they didn't want their tournaments to be seen as like gambling. They wanted to be about, kids or whatever. And obviously it was Pokemon, right? It was aimed at kids. And I remember, I don't know if it was like the finals, but it was definitely like the top 8. I don't know if it was like literally, the final, but it was the top 8. And I remember walking by the tournament, there was a bunch of people. And I remember there was two people going at it, Pokemon. And the one on the other side is a kid. I don't know. He looks like he's 12. He looks like he's 11. I don't know. He's like 12 or 13. And he's got on this like, like those super cheap, that they start to break and crack apart immediately, like those plastic backpacks. You know what I'm talking about? Like the ones that are really plasticky. And it's got like Ash and Pikachu on the backpack. And he's wearing his little vest. And he's got his little, red and white Pokemon hat on, and he's doing all, and he's playing the Pokemon, and he's like, I'm gonna use Pikachu, and he's putting his cards down, and he's just like, he looks like a little kid playing Pokemon, and then the guy across from him was like, some 38-year-old neckbeard guy, 350 pounds, just sitting there like, hand shuffling like. I'm gonna activate my green grass energy. I'm gonna connect it to Raichu. And then I'm gonna move to I'm gonna do 80 triggering two coin flips. I'm gonna target your back row. You know, it's just like the most like grinder spike horrible person, you know, that every you know, like every card game and board game, like every, you know, ever attracts. And then there was just this like little kid playing. Anyways, that's kind of Eldamon and Animon story. Animon story, yeah, a Magic player, yeah, absolutely. Animon story is like for like the little kid. Eldamon is actually like a hardcore game for like super hardcore players, because like the mechanics are really complicated and deep. And if you're an Eldamon trainer, you're gonna have a stable of Eldamon. I mean, we're not even level 2 yet, and my character already has picked up an additional Eldamon. I think there was an opportunity to get another one. We missed it, but like, so I have a Death Eldamon, a Life Eldamon, a Fire Eldamon, and a not an Air Eldamon. What do I have? Fire. What do I have? I have Squirrel Ash, Oncrub. Huh. Why can't I? More Pup. That's my death one. Why can't I remember my fourth one? It's crazy. Anyways, my brain is like completely blanking here. It's not Life Snack. Maybe it is Life Snack. No, it's not Life Snack. Oh, it's Chillot. It's Chillot. It's Chillot. Okay, I have Chillot. So I have an Ice Eldamon, I have a Fire Eldamon, I have a Life Eldamon, I have a Death Eldamon. So I have 4 Eldamon. And then each day I have to pick 3 of those 4 Eldamon. And eventually I might have 5 Eldamon, 6 Eldamon, 7 Eldamon, 8 Eldamon. Then I have to pick 3 of those Eldamon, and I have to put them into like my belt. And those are the 3 Eldamon I can access today. And then at the start of every combat, I have to decide which Eldamon I want to use. I have to flip through. I have to pull out other Eldamon. Like, it's a really complicated thing. And so it's actually and then each Eldamon operates completely differently. Like the way that the Chillot, the Ice Eldamon works is completely different than the way that the Fire Eldamon works, and the way that the Life Eldamon works, the way that the Death Eldamon works. By the way, that Death Eldamon, not that it matters really against, you know, NPCs, but the one that Kaz, like its base ability does it does 2d10 plus 1d10 per level, so 3d10 a lot. But the one that Kaz crit with and did like 40 damage. But all of the Death Eldamon's abilities have the death trait. So when you do 42 damage or whatever like that and reduce something to 0, it's that it does have the death trait. Not that it really matters against NPCs most of the time or monsters, but no, they are just dead. And so like if the GM throws a Death Eldamon at you, it's really rough, because if they hit you or crit you, it is pretty much game over. Yeah, that is correct, Jackal. I digitally break them down and basically break them down into like genetic coding, and then I, you know, sort of recompile them into my character's nano machine matrix, and now I can basically access them and assemble them into them. So thematically, narratively, instead of me, because when you summon an Eldamon, your character, your PC disappears. You're literally not on the battlefield anymore. You take your mini off. You are out of phase. You're not like ethereal. You are just completely, for all intents and purposes, removed from the game. And now you get to control your Eldamon. So it's very different than a summoner with their Eidolon. But because your main character removes, the idea is that my character sort of breaks, you know, sort of reassembles, because he's a nano swarm, kind of reassembles into the Eldamon. Kind of that. Doesn't sound very high fantasy to me. Well, Hachukin, our game also has an android soldier, a 4-armed Kasatha, partially cybernetic undead Borai mechanic, and we also have an intelligent weapon, a floating staff, which is itself a Magus, which is wielding itself as its Magus weapon. So our party is a living dungeon, a nano machine bot swarm. Those 2 are Eldamon trainers. A Magus intelligent weapon staff floating. An android soldier, and a Kasatha Borai mechanic. So it's a very weird. It's kind of like a Dying Earth, Fallout, like super post-apocalyptic. We're almost, back to, it's Starfinder. It's Eldamon, Starfinder, and Pathfinder 2. Technically, the only Pathfinder 2 thing that we have in our party is Tim is a Magus, because me and Kaz are Eldamon trainers, George is a soldier, and Bob is a mechanic, which is from the Starfinder 2 playtest material. And it sucks. It needs buffed considerably. Bob's character is easily the worst character in the party. So anyways, it's fun times. We haven't played as much as I'd like to have played, but Smith got distracted with Starfinder, Smith got distracted with Daggerheart coming out, but I was hoping that when the Starfinder came out, that would kind of maybe change some stuff up, because then several of our people are using stuff from Starfinder. Bob does have a history of playing underpowered classes. That is actually true. Look at everybody. No, that's not true. That's not true, because when we played Abomination Vaults, and we switched down to a 3-person party, which was awesome. We played a 3-person party where everybody was 1 level higher than what the adventure module expected you to be. So on level 5 of the dungeon, they expect you to have 4 level 5 characters. Instead, we had 3 level 6 characters. And believe it or not, the math of Pathfinder 2 just works perfectly. Bob's Barbarian, who had the Ghost Hunter archetype, died. I think a devil killed him, maybe. I think so. Anyways, he remade a character, and he made a wood earth kineticist, and his character was awesome. Like really strong. Great at healing, great at doing damage, had incredible damage mitigation, unbelievable battlefield control. That one earth wood mixed, I can't remember what they're called. Admixture. I don't remember what the impulses are called that like mix 2 elements, but there's one that's like a wood earth mixture that creates, I think it's called wooden beam berms or something. It literally creates like a trench network with spiked palisades and like spikes, wooden spikes sticking out from all of like the earthworks. And it's just an impulse. Like you could just cast it infinite times per day. I think it might take 3 actions. Maybe it has overload, but regardless, you can use it infinite times per day, regardless. And it was just so powerful at controlling the battlefield. It was like casting Wall of Earth plus Wall of Fire almost, like at will, infinite times per day. It was crazy. Now I also want to look it up. Somebody's like, I'm sure somebody's just like checking out what it is. It's a feat. It's elemental. It's a composite. That's what it's called. Composite impulse. It is called Jagged Berms, is what it's called, and it is unreal. And yeah, Don Pokey's got it. Yeah, Jagged Berms, the composite. Yeah, the at will walls is absurd. It was so crazy. There was a fight against 2 hydras. If you know Abomination Vaults, you know the lake that I'm talking about. There was like this thing where these 2 hydras were coming up, and Bob cast Jagged Berms, and I was like, and the monsters and the hydras were huge, right? So they're 3 squares by 3 squares, and the way that Jagged Berms reads, it says, sharpened wooden stakes protrude from each mound into adjacent squares. For each square of wooden stakes that a creature enters, they take 2d6 piercing damage. So these hydras were entering like multiple squares every 5 foot that they moved. So they were taking like 8d6 piercing damage every 5 feet as they moved through these berms. And by the way, moving very slowly because of the difficult terrain. The hydras finally made it through the jagged berms. And then Bob just cast another one. And I went, you know what? They're dead. It's fine. Whatever. You guys kill them all. They didn't fight. I was like, I refuse to take part in this anymore. You win. You win. Anyways, so Bob did play the kineticist. That was really powerful. He also had Nourishing Nut. I know it's not what it's called. Maybe it is actually called Nourishing Nut. But he had Nourishing Nut. So he was a good healer too. It was crazy. Anyways, we had fun. It was fun. It was a fun campaign. Cool, good dungeon. There were a couple levels. Rock Band. Monster Bar. There were a couple parts of the adventure that was pretty. Oh, it's called. Is it called Fresh Potos? Is that really what it's called? There's something in there about nourishing nut. We didn't make that up. All right. Fresh produce. You grow a nourishing nut. That was it. So the first line is you grow a nourishing nut. So we called it nourishing nut. Hadouken, again, kineticist is cheating. Our druid would conjure these nuts for rest. That's great. Anyways, look, these games, they're crunchy. There's a lot of fiddly bits. There's no doubt. But when they're fun, they're fun. When your cool powers do cool things, it's fun. And I think, the only time I think Pathfinder 2 and Starfinder 2, I haven't played Starfinder 2, but the only time they're not fun is when you just get hit really hard with the razor and it seems like there's a really cool option. And for whatever reason, it's just being like arbitrarily and unfairly just being punished. And from my experience, since we sort of broke into like the thaumaturge, kineticist, maybe the exemplar era, I have to read the kinetic. I have to read the Commander and the Guardian, obviously all the SF2 classes. I feel like we've turned a page, like Psychic. Right. Everyone knows that Psychic is just best as an archetype. But with Psychic, we also got the Thaumaturge, and the Thaumaturge was really cool. And, had a lot of fun play patterns, a lot of versatility, a lot of choices early, pushed it early. And then, everything since then, the Kineticist, the Thaumaturge, the Exemplar, presumably the Guardian, the Commander, I hope. All 6 of these Starfinder 2 classes are all, in my opinion, just leaps. And I don't necessarily know that they're better. They're certainly better for me, but I think that they just create a more engaging and fun play pattern experience. It's not even about necessarily raw power, because I've always thought that the fighter had a lot of raw power, but I thought the fighter was really boring. And I thought that the cleric had a shitload of raw power in terms of heal and casting it a lot, but I thought it was really boring, and so on and so forth. So all in all, I think Starfinder 2 just looks, from a class layout design perspective, obviously we didn't go through every single feat, but it just looks like a grand slam overall. I have very few bones to pick, other than if we went back to the Envoy and we updated and or changed some of the feats that are on a 24-hour cooldown. If we changed them to an hour cooldown, honestly, I that probably would have been enough to push them over the edge for me. Just because there was a couple of ones that just especially like the healing one, that just a lot of the healing ones felt underpowered is basically what it comes down to. And my love of the Warlord and stuff like that makes me want to really want to have a healing, like I remember reading this Hang In There, and I thought this was great. You psych somebody up. It's one action. You encourage them. It's almost like a battlefield medicine check because you're making a diplomacy check. You're giving them temporary hit points equal to your level, or equal to their level plus your charisma fire. If you crit, it's double their level. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. And then I see they are immune for 1 day. It's almost like buried in the text. I think this is kind of where I was like, this is everything I want this class to be doing. And then they come in here with this 1 hour or 1 day bullshit. And I'm like, just make it 1 hour, That's all. So anyways, that's just my thought and approach. And then when I read the Mystic and I read focus, literally focus heal, focused infinite range heal, basically. One action focus infinite range heal. I'm like, what are we even doing here? It's kind of crazy. So from level 1, right? That was a level 6 feat we were just looking at. So I think that's where I kind of got a little bit disappointed with the Envoy. I liked the directive system. I liked that they get good weapon proficiencies. I like that they get expert at level 5. They get mastery at level 13, so they're on that, they're not just like literally a noble who can't fight. No, they're a fighter You know, they don't necessarily have all the support for it, but the proficiency were there. You know, I like the hit points of them, 8. Cool, you know, being a cool face, the social character, but also having these cool combat abilities and this buffing abilities. I just wanted that. I wish the Envoy had some of the mystics. You know, maybe they could tune the mystic down a little bit and tune the Envoy up a little bit more. If I had you know, not that I think that's a problem. I think the mystic is awesome though. That's awesome. I mean, that rhythm mystic is fantastic. Tanny says, which warper feels like the wizard spontaneous casting class I've been looking for that wasn't in PF2E? Yeah, it's a really well-designed class, and it does feel like it's somehow the best of both worlds. You know, again, I'm not going to give the details of it now, but I do think being a spontaneous, aka repertoire caster with access to signature spells and all that other stuff is way better for the most part than doing prepared spell casting, you know? So for those of you who don't know, we do have a mega community game which has 50, 60, 70 active players, some people more active than others, but called Northern Reaches. And we usually run 20 to 25 games, or we have been running 20 to 25 games a week. You know, there were some contentious moments and things like that. And so I went ahead and I had to get involved as sort of the supreme overlord and make some judgments and commandments to sort of smooth out some ruffled feathers. But, you know, I wanted to sort of have I wanted to extend an olive branch. So I basically said, hey, next week, double experience. And someone said, hey, that other event that we're running gives us double experience. And I was like, so they don't stack? And I said, no, I didn't realize that it gave you double experience. But yeah, no, it'll all stack. So you get triple experience, not double, quadruple, but it's like plus 100%, plus 100%. You get triple experience. And then someone made a joke. Or maybe not a joke. They were like, oh shit, time to take off from work again and work. And I said, if anybody is crazy enough to take off from work to play Northern Reaches Pathfinder 2, I will give you some sort of special bonus. I have not landed on a special reward for all the NRGMs that are taking PTO this week, Jackal, but I'm leaning towards something Derek hero points. But that's what I'm leaning towards, Jackal, for those GMs. Either a pool that they will get, and it's basically like a one-time disbursement of Derek hero points that they can then use, you know, over the, like maybe, I don't know, they get 5 or something like that, Derek hero points that they can, you know, basically it's like a mega elixir, you know? Wheel of Pain, got it, yeah. No, Derek hero points. Every pixel counts says, which warper is so awesome? I had a combat where I stood 100 feet away and controlled the whole battlefield without moving once. And it definitely fits into that sort of a style and aesthetic, you know, which I think is really great. That sounds awesome. Especially when you talk about warper, you know, like you're literally warping the battlefield around you. Hey, Philip, thank you. Thank you for the donation. Thank you, Philip. I appreciate the super chat, buddy. Thank you so much. Little extra PAX money. I'll take it. Of course, remember, folks, this is not like a feel bad moment thing, but you know, I don't have a job anymore. So the only way that I am making my living is through your very generous donations. You know, our channel doesn't really cover the super most popular stuff. Obviously, we've been covering Draw Steel and Daggerheart recently because those games are big and they've come out and they've been very successful and popular for us. And me talking about them is part of the parcel. But, you know, we still talk about Starfinder 2 and Pathfinder 2, and we also still talk about games that no one's ever heard of before. And so the only reason I'm able to do that, and if you're like, well, okay, wait, I don't understand, Derek. Like, even other content creators look at me, are like, I don't understand. You don't talk about 5e constantly, but you're making a living or trying to make a living off of your YouTube channel. How does that even work? And the way it works is by individual support. I'm very much the PBS model, right? By viewers like you. My patrons, the people who super chat and tip, they keep this entire thing going. You know, my model of a YouTube channel could not exist without the extremely generous donations that I receive from so many people. They keep this channel afloat. They keep us going. They are the reason why I am able to do 20 plus hours of stream a week and spend 40 hours a week on my Discord, talking with my patrons, answering their questions, helping them with their adventure, their monster, their game design idea. I could not afford to spend 60 hours a week on my channel if I wasn't, making some money. And the reason I make money has nothing to do with YouTube. I probably make a couple $100 a month from YouTube. All the rest of it comes from patrons, tips, super chats, YouTube memberships, Twitch subs. So all of those combined is what enables me to do what I do. Otherwise, this channel either wouldn't be here, it would be much, much, much less often, or I would spend much, much less time on the Discord, or I'd be talking about, 5e. Which is, I don't blame anybody if they have to do it, because if not like I'm not flexing on anybody here, but one of the reasons why I can do what I do is because I have such an extensive knowledge of such a wide breadth of RPGs. For a lot of people who are very passionate about, say, Dungeons and Dragons, but maybe they only got into the game in the last 5 years, and they really love it, and it's become a big part of their life, and they're really excited to talk about it. And I think that's awesome. And they deserve their success because it's a very popular game, but they don't have the kind of touch points and touchstones that I have to, connect certain dots and to talk about things of which they don't know. So I hope from a community perspective, that is the value that I bring to the YouTube, right? Wilderfeast, first look coming. Yeah. Wilderfeast, Triangle Agency, Rain, Dungeon World 2. That's one I want to do. We still need to do Battle Cry. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, W's in the chat to the super chats and the patrons. Yeah, thank you to everybody. Just again tonight, let alone tonight. Philip, CCAV, Rick Sherman, and Cal all came out with super chats and tips. And again, I really appreciate it, especially considering that this stream itself existed because patrons and tippers and Mark T in particular came out and dropped $100 to make this stream happen. So, it's pretty good. Now, Philip says, just support for the work. Starfinder just as crunchy as PF2. 45 minutes for each fight and yawning between turns. I'm a newbie, but I'll pass and go Daggerheart for the win. Hey, we have different games for different strokes for different folks. Daggerheart's an amazing game. I fall more in love with it every day. But that style of play and that style of fiction first and kind of quantum, making stuff up, and it can really not appeal to people who really enjoy, like I said, the competitive side of RPGs. And whether you admit it or not, there is an element to 5th edition, to Pathfinder 2, to Starfinder 2, that is a bit competitive. A feeling of the GM is setting out, it's almost like an escape room, right? The GM is setting out a series of challenges before us. And our job is to use the rules and use the options and the tools that the game gives us to beat those challenges and secure the W. That mentality has sort of been ingrained in the game since the beginning, since the 1970s, But Daggerheart really isn't like that. And I think some of the tension that you see and some of the maybe growing pains, learning pains that people are experiencing, especially in Reddit, is because they're not used to thinking about approaching a game from a different perspective. And certainly Daggerheart is a very different perspective. Daggerheart isn't about challenging your players. It's about challenging their emotions. It's about challenging their goals. It's about challenging their beliefs. So in that way, it's more like Burning Wheel. The combat in Daggerheart is just there to serve as a dramatic backdrop to storytelling. It's not really there to be a tactical challenge where you are trying to outsmart the GM and win the game. It doesn't really work that way. For no other reason than if you lose and you just choose to avoid death. So the consequences for losing aren't even really necessary that you can die. And some people might say, well, then what's the point of playing? Correct. It's like if you view RPGs as like a sport, and then you say, well, we're playing a football game, but we're not keeping track of score. You might say, well, what's the point of that game? And that would be a valid opinion to hold. But my point is that it's not being treated like a sport. And that's the part that people don't necessarily either understand, or maybe they understand it or they partially understand it. They just don't enjoy it. And that's fine. Boothby says, vacation in 2 weeks. I'm inflicting Daggerheart and Starfinder on my crew. Boothby, I can't wait to hear those stories. I think it'll be really interesting. I will say another game that Ben was talking about, he just started a campaign of Lex Arcana, but he was talking about the character creation process. And I will admit, even though the character sheet is fucking in Latin, the character creation process seemed really, really cool. And I was like, oh, I was thinking about, maybe I'll torture the people who've all signed up to watch like Daggerheart and Draw Steel content by doing a Lex Arcana first look. But that's awesome. Boothby, is this the vacation? Is this the big gamer vacation? Keithor, so when's that giveaway for a collector's edition? Keithor, at some time. We need to do something dramatic. Keithor, probably going to give it away when we launch our Daggerheart actual play. So that's the answer. Well, thank you, Super River Randy. I played 5 hours of PF2 today, just 2 combats and nothing else. Chukin said, is that good or bad? It was fun. So it was good. I mean, hey, that's the thing too. People immediately go, oh, that combat was an hour, therefore it was bad. No, boring combats are bad. I don't care if they're 15 minutes. Any boring combat is bad. Any boring scene is bad. If something's fun and exciting and you're engaged, then if it takes 1 hour or 90 minutes, like I've seen people before, people are weird. Somebody saw a movie. We saw a movie together and they loved it. They thought the movie was awesome, but their complaint was it was too long. And I said, so you were engaged the whole time? And they said, absolutely. And I said, and they said, and you like the characters? And they said, yeah. And I said, and you like you like the acting, you like the screenwriting, you like the action scenes, you liked the pacing, the editing? They said, yeah, it was all great. And I go, and your problem with the movie was? They go, it was too long. And I was like, I would hate to see what your sex life is like, because it's like, that made no sense to me. If something's awesome and you're enjoying it and you're engaged, why would you want it to end? Anyways, you might be able to squeeze in some Torchbearer. Oh, but probably not. Okay. Are we doing a Halloween and Christmas one shot this year? We're supposed to. Boothby would never let me live it down if I didn't. We are supposed to finally play our one shot of this horrible game. I mean, this great classic that has defined a generation and has won Origins Award for the Hall of Fame. This incredibly amazing game that is so good. As for Christmas, nothing planned. Honestly, I haven't really had time yet to sort of reset my expectations about what does my life look like post job. I know, like, I only lost my job a couple months ago. But like, again, there was so much else going on in my life at the time that it was like the last, believe it or not, me losing my job was like the third worst thing that happened to me this year. Not the first, not the second, but like the third. And then it was con season. And then I was running around. I went to, I went to Vegas earlier in the year before I lost my job. But then it was like, I came back from that. And then it was like, boom, it was like PAX West. Then it was Origins. Then it was Gen Con. Now it's PAX East. I think I haven't been home for like 3 weeks straight, like all summer. So on top of that, trying to get this studio set up and, buying, I don't know, $12,000 or $15,000 worth of new equipment, offset by some of our selling of some of our old stuff. So it's not quite fully negative 15,000, but getting the stuff out of the storage unit, working with Bob to get everything set up. Apparently Spencer hasn't hit anybody up. I guess the Daring to Press people have been really busy. And like a lot of people have said that like they haven't gotten emails back from them and all that other stuff as well. So no. At this point, maybe I'll see them at a con and I'll be like, hey, you remember me? Yeah, the grind waits for no one. Yeah, I mean, jams. I mean, I stayed busy and that helped out a lot. And again, I was very lucky in a weird way that I had been saving pretty heavily for the last couple of years, really since the end of COVID. I was going to buy a new house, but then, I missed the boat after COVID because during COVID, I wasn't working, right? My photography business tanked and went out of business because I didn't have any business because no one was getting their photos taken. And that basically ran me out of all my savings. So then when houses were like $1 and like the market and like the interest rates were like 1%, I didn't have any cash. And so I rebuilt cash. But as I rebuilt cash, interest rates skyrocketed, home bubbles, prices appreciated. So I had to keep saving more and more and more and more cash. And I was really wanting to buy a house. Because I live in a condo. I don't really have my own yard. And, a lot of my hobbies like woodworking. It'd just be nice for me to have my own property, maybe a little bit more room. Anyways, so I was all getting ready for that. And then boom, 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 boom. A lot of shit happened to me and I lost my job. And obviously I'm not going to buy a new house when I don't have a job. And also I'm really glad I didn't buy a new house considering I then lost my job. But what it does mean, luckily, is that I am sitting on a nice chunk of cash that I can kind of figure things out with and not have to panic immediately. That being said, it is nice to not have to like be negative every month and literally only pay my bills and make do out of my savings. And even all these cons I've been going to, shout out to Roll for Combat, because aside from Origins, Roll for Combat has, given me room and board at all those. Cause I helped Steven out and I helped Mark out and, help them run their booth at PAX and help them run their booth at Gen Con a bit and going to be running their booth at PAX West. But I would not have been able to make it to all those cons if it wasn't for Steven and Roll for Combat. So, I'm sort of cashing in on some of the generosity that I've hopefully given out to people here. So, I'm sure they're really busy shots, GM Scott, well, not anymore. Their Kickstarter ended on Friday, but I think you could do a late pledge. But yeah, they just picked it up. Steven is a very generous man. So yeah. So again, I don't know what what we're going to do here, but next week I'm going to be at PAX. So, of course, me, I might hop on a little bit before I head out and head over to the West Coast. It's actually gonna be really fun. You've heard me talk before about Kaz. If you watched Quest for the Frozen Flame, Kaz was one of our players there. He played Thrawn, the wrestler barbarian. Kaz lives north of Seattle, so I'm going to get a chance to see him. I haven't seen him in person in probably almost 2 years, or at least, probably 2 years. So it'll be good. I got a chance to hang out with him. I think he's going to buy a day badge, come down with his wife to PAX and hang out, and hopefully I'll be able to spend a good half day or at least a good solid evening with him and his wife. So that'll be fun. And it's always fun to see people and all that other stuff. And of course, if you remember the Discord, you definitely know who Kaz is for his thought-provoking questions. So that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to that. And then I come back and I'm here for like 5 days, and then I'm going to Vegas. Luckily, this was like a trip that we kind of put into motion and planned a while ago. So we always go in September around my birthday. We're going a little bit earlier this year. So I'm basically going to go to PAX, come home, be here for a few days, and then go to Vegas. So there's 71 of you here. I am considering something crazy. Now, I will freely admit there is a selfish motivation here, okay? Well, selfish, but, self-serving. Hey, Anonymous, thank you so much.
Anonymous tipped $15.
Anonymous, I don't know if you forgot to put your name and or a message in there, but I appreciate you. If you want to claim your tip, please, by all means. I'd love to thank you for your generous donation. Thank you. Especially on a bonus stream. Whenever we have super chats on a bonus stream, I'm like, this is like double dip. So self-serving. Thank you, Anonymous. Speaking of Anonymous and tips, so we planned this September. I am. Keith, or it was you. All right, my bad. You don't have to apologize for giving me $15. I just normally you get to say a message and then the robot voice speaks it on the stream, and you seize control of the means of production, and you get to to tell everything. But thank you, Keith, or I appreciate you. So we always go to Vegas in September, in the fall, after the summer, because my buddy who kind of leads the pack He works for a seafood company, and here in Ohio, it's about to be clam bake season, and he's like really super busy for like the next 2 months, 2.5 months. So they always give him time off before he has to take his time off before it's clam bake season, because he's basically working 60-hour weeks from here until like Halloween, basically. Anyways, or like past Halloween. So we always go to Vegas before like mid-September. And so around my birthday, it all works out really well. So we made these plans a while ago, before, well, it's been a thing that we've been doing for years, but obviously before I like lost my job and everything like that. And he said, so are you still coming? And I said, yeah, I'm going to come, because flights aren't too bad. And because of gambling, we get the rooms comped and stuff like that. I go, but I'm not going to have a lot of discretionary spending money. I said, I'm still trying to figure out what my income stream looks like. And, I kind of went a little hard at Gen Con this year. I bought a bunch of new paints and minis that I'm just like, I was so excited about. I know this sounds terrible, and I apologize for everybody out there, but I've majority of my life I've spent at work, but I was so excited to like have lost my job and not to feel bad about it, because at least I have the channel and I have some degree of income. I'm like, I just wanted to like go back to the things that I miss doing, like painting miniatures and engaging with my hobbies and playing them more often. So I kind of like spent too much money because I was like, I'm just excited to want to play games and paint minis. Anyway, so basically, long story short, I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna have a lot of spending money. Vegas is not a cheap town. So what I'm considering doing, it's not written in stone yet, but what I'm considering doing is I'm going to be home from PAX before I go to Vegas. I'm going to be home for like 5 or 6 days. I'm considering trying to maybe do some kind of marathon first look-a-thon or something, where there's some sort of methodology where chat can keep tipping to like put another, and it'll be like micro first looks, where we'll like, I don't know, we'll like first look at a game for like 30 minutes and then move to another game. But then maybe somebody can tip to keep us on that game longer or something like that without like screwing people out of money. But anyways, long story short, I want to see if we can like go for like 12 hours or like 4. And then if nobody tips, we'll finish that and that'll be the end of the stream. But like, could we do 12 hours? Could we do 14? Could I do 12 hours? I did that one stream. I think it was 8 hours. It was the longest I've ever done. And so I kind of want to see if I can break that, right. No, they can even be games that we've looked at before. It's totally fine. Whatever. Well, I need to create some sort of system, right? It'll be kind of like the Wheel of Pain, but instead of the Wheel of Pain, it'll be like, the Wheel of Derek's Pain. Yeah. Oh, so many white mods. I'd have to get a case, Another option could be that we have a list that like the patrons help build. It's just a list of completely random nonsense games. And then like, if people wanted to pay money, if they don't know what game they want to be looked at, but you could pay to spin the wheel. It's like, so it's like the wheel of first looks, and it's like, okay, we're talking about whatever the fuck, some completely insane game. Now, the reason why I say that the money would have to be kind of high is because a lot of these games, potentially, if it's a first look, I don't own it. So I'd have to buy it. And the way that PDFs cost nowadays, I'd have to pay $20 or $25 or $30 or $35 just to buy the PDF. So it's kind of like one of those situations where I don't want to be like a dick about it, but it's kind of like, yeah, it kind of has to be expensive because like I'm doing this to raise money for my trip. But I also have to buy all these PDFs. So like if you want to do a first look or a second look or a third look on a game that I know I already own, like maybe that's cheaper. I don't know, Well, we have had the random wheel of RPG topics, right? We had that before, right? Let me see if we still have it. Can I log in? How do I log in? Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I want to log in, please. Well, we did all books ranked one time, where we just kind of like went through our, we went through my fucking bookshelf and just kept, pulling stuff off of it. Um, Oh, okay. No, I don't know. All right, never mind. I know I have a wheel somewhere. Anyways, I don't know what happened. I don't know. Something's in bullet. We'll figure it out. Anyways, that's something we might do because, you know, it'd be cool. You know, if I could try to, you know, raise, you know, $500, $600, $700, you know, before I go to Vegas, that'd be kind of cool. So. Could we get Mike Merles on for an Iron Heroes deep dive? I think he was so excited to talk about Iron Heroes at Gen Con, he might just do it. Jams says, could do something like people throw in beforehand with the knowledge that if their book doesn't reach the purchase threshold, then it's just donations at that point. Yeah, we could. I mean, there's a lot of different ideas. I think it's more fun, Jams. One of the things I've learned, Jams, in my time doing this channel is the number 3 reason that people donate to this channel is because they like me. And the number 2 reason that people donate to this channel is because they actually want to get valuable data and information about a new game or a game that they're thinking about getting. And then the number 1 reason that people donate to this channel is because they enjoy watching me suffer and being upset. So if I can sort of maximize the Schadenfreude, it typically tends to maximize my profits. Anybody, long-term Knights of the Last Calls fans know that nothing fills up faster than something that is going to irritate, bother, or otherwise perturb Derek. And I don't know what it is. I must have like a punchable face or something like that. But my whole life, people love to they love to get me. They love to get my goat. I don't know what it is. I feel like I'm such a just easygoing guy, but people love, you know, what it is. I have polarizing views. There are things that I like and there are things that I dislike, and I like the things that I like a lot. I'm very passionate about them, and I'm very passionate about the things I don't like. I'm passionate in my disliking of things. And so when people see someone who's passionately disliking something, that immediately triggers them to be like, oh, there's a way I can make Derek engage with that more. I have to do it. Which is why we've done Leshy one-shots, why we've done Pop-It one-shots. I've said before that one of the most fun times I've had on this entire channel was when we did our Root actual play, right? And I got to do it with Bob and Smith and Nick and my buddy Dirt, and it was a lot of fun. But the entire actual play of Root made less money than one stream of me being forced to play with Poppets and badly sing Christmas carols. But you know, it's finished. So, by the way, speaking of one of the things that I changed, unfortunately it didn't work out. It's a long story, but one thing that you may have noticed this stream is I was trying something out and it didn't work out. I'm not very happy with it. So I'm gonna have to rechange it. But my camera on its teleprompter used to be on a separate tripod, and that was great, but it took up a lot of room. And now that my studio room is also my streaming spot and it's also the studio, I was trying to condense my sort of normal streaming place to give more room for the table for us to when we do our actual plays. So I remounted. One of the reasons I bought a different stream teleprompter is because this new one is lighter and smaller, and that meant I could mount it connected to my monitor display, right? I have like a 3 monitor armature thing, and I used a super clamp to connect to the armature and then connect my camera to that. So that means that my camera is no longer on an independent tripod, which means it takes up a lot less space. But no one's complained about it, so maybe that's a good thing. But I'm just like such a perfectionist. But because it's now connected to my desk, if I hit my desk really hard, which I don't really do that often, but you know, I'll put my head on, the camera shakes because it's all connected now to my whole big monitor setup. And it really bothers me, so I'm gonna have to change it. Anyways, completely irrelevant story, but these are the things that Derek spends his time and his energy and his money trying to fix. Right. It's like you will listen to me. Well, right. The stuttering is because YouTube fucking sucks. And I don't know what's going on right now with the servers. Like our Northern Reaches servers have also been struggle busing as well. So maybe the internet is complaining. Yeah, the camera, right. Camera shake for visceral effect. Exactly. It's just one of those things that just really, really annoys me. But we can try to fix it. All right, everybody. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. Starfinder 2, I give it 2 thumbs up, man. It looks great. It looks fun. Obviously, GM Core just came out, I think, and then we really need to see Alien Core, but you know, whatever. I'm expecting it to be kind of Pathfinder 2 monstery, unless they really change things up. I don't know. They changed up the classes, but I mean, you can just put space in front of most monsters, and it'll pretty much be a space monster. It'll be probably fine. It's a space zombie. Give it a gun, and you're good. But yeah, I love it. Again, it's weird, but I really do think my favorite class might be the Mystic. That's so crazy. Let's see. I'll do the order. I think my favorite class is the Mystic. My second favorite class is the Solarian. My third favorite class is... That's tough. I know my first two. Mystic, and then Solarian. My least favorite class is probably the Envoy. And not because it's bad, but just because of certain elements of how I want the class to perform. My next... All right, I'll say Mystic, favorite, then Solarian, then Witch Warper, then Soldier, then Operative, then Envoy. So we'll finish this off. We'll finish off the stream. Appreciate you guys all hanging out with one final poll. Now, we've been doing these over this week, so this was Starfinder week. But we did manage to cover all of the stream, all the classes. We spent about an hour and a half to 2 hours on each of them, which is great. I love it. But I want to know, what is your favorite Starfinder 2 Second Edition class? Is it the Envoy, the Mystic, the Soldier, the Witch Warper, the Operative, or the Solarian? All right. Poll is up. They're all cool. They all do different things. I like that they're basically kind of, Solarian is the strength class, the Operative is the dex class, Witch Warper is kind of the int class, the Soldier is the con class, the Mystic is the wisdom class, and the Envoy is the charisma class, even though the Witch Warper can be int or charisma. But I think the Jackal says, praise the sun. Okay, Shots says Solarian for him, then Soldier, then Witch Warper. That's awesome. Ooh, Mystic for you. Okay, I'm Operative, but then Mystic. Oh, so you're big into the spellcasters, Zen. But then Operative. Very interesting. Okay. So again, just type your favorite. Type the number in chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get your vote in. I'm interested to see what this wins. Again, obviously there's some recency bias. We did just cover Mystic today, but they just had your favorite mechanics. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, look, Quantum Field is very cool. There's no doubt about that. Ooh, Solarian and Mystic. Again, my two favorite classes. All right. So I'm not alone on this. Hopefully I'm not biasing anybody. All right. So, with that in mind, I'm not sure what we're going to be doing next. I don't know when our next stream is going to be. We did not achieve our live stream from PAX tip goal, but I still might post some photos and hang out or something like that. And you never know. Steven Glicker might be like, "Hey, we should stream." So it's possible that, but I won't go all out. Yeah, so it's going to be kind of weird the next couple of weeks because, like I said, I'm going to be traveling a lot, and so that could it disrupt certain things. There's a lot of things I'm trying to put together for the channel. Bob is trying to launch Dragon Tide this week, and that's our Dragonbane mega game. So if you're interested in Dragonbane, might check us out. I still want to talk about new games that have come out that we haven't gotten to cover yet, that have coming out like hot and furious since Gen Con. Still want to do first looks at existing games, still want to talk about GM stuff, still want to go back to Shadow Deep and continue to develop our dungeon there. But I'm also I really want to focus on Daggerheart. I really think that game is really cool. And with us planning very heavily and investing a lot of time and money into doing an actual play, it makes sense for me to try to, put some extra focus and attention there from a channel perspective as well. Keithor pointing out that there might be more Void stuff soon. Interesting. Okay. Well, that'd be cool. I mean, if they do a Void release, I'll probably cover that before we go to PAX, I should call the Daggerheart actual play campaign number 4. We've actually had a really active, we jokingly call it Dagger Reaches. Jackal, that is my plan. I did a Daggerheart live stream where I talked about like advice for first time, and I timed myself during the live stream to keep them to 15 minutes on each point. And my plan is to chop those up and release those over the next couple weeks while I'm traveling. So that at least there's something coming out from the content and stuff like that. That is exactly my plan, Jackal. Shadow Deep's great. We made a lot of progress in our last stream. So, I'm not saying that I will, but Shadow Deep probably has the highest potential for me to like right now to like do a Kickstarter would be me getting, a couple levels of Shadow Deep done, building up interest, and then saying, hey, let's do a Kickstarter. If we can get this thing funded, we'll finish it out. We'll fully finish it out. We'll pay for art. We'll get it developed. Maybe we can convert it to 5e or PF2 as well, not just Shadow Dark, depending on how much we can raise. So that probably has the highest potential right now for me to kickstart something. I have no idea what that would do. In terms of a print copy, I have no idea what that looks like with the world of tariffs or anything like that. But if I could do $100,000 Kickstarter, like. Obviously there's costs and all that other craft stuff after that, but like that would be awesome because that would help me out a lot. I'm not one of these crazy like, oh, when I make $2 million on my Kickstarter, no, if let's say it was $100 for like a mega dungeon, big print copy or whatever, if we could get 1,000 people to kickstart that, that'd be pretty sweet. Dagger Reaches hype. Yes. Duality Zine is another thing that for me, Keithor is hugely important. For me personally, like I said, there's like 3 things. There's like 3 wolves living inside of Derek. Wolf number 1 is me wanting to make content for Daggerheart that like anyone and everyone could use. That's wolf number 1. Wolf number 2 is me creating a Daggerheart mega game, which by itself always involves a certain level of house ruling and changing, right? Because now you're running Daggerheart with 50 people or 60 people with maybe 20 GMs instead of just 1 GM and 4 people. So you do need to change things and make sure like there's new rules and new structures in place to keep things kind of sane. So there's core Daggerheart stuff. There's Dagger Reaches stuff. And then, of course, over here, there's Derek Hart. Which is Derek's completely crazy, batshit crazy desire to fundamentally restructure the game of Daggerheart in a way that is more vibing and aesthetically pleasing to Derek. Things like the level going to 12 and 12 domains with 12 classes in like the sort of core release, calling hit points wounds. If I could figure out, all that other stuff. Yeah, my version of Dagger Vin. Yes, exactly. Yeah, we got a lot of people kicking off Daggerheart games. There's we've got what is it? Dungeons and Dagger Hearts. That's what is it? Cal? Yeah, Cal's running like a old school dungeon delving game with a custom frame. We've got a bunch of people who've made a lot of really cool custom campaign frames. We got a lot of people doing really cool stuff here. So anyways, all right. Well, that is good. You got to have a baker's dozen. No, that just ruins everything, Keith Orr. Daggerheart Shrike was playing today. There you go. Yeah, well, I mean, Shadow Western Reaches has the advantage of, number one, being associated with Kelsey Dion and the Arcane Library, and they have a lot of goodwill from, their previous Kickstarter. Shadow Dark kind of, was one runaway hit, any award winning, and a lot of people backed it at like a $200 or $300 level. So, like you said, 2 million out of 15,000. I was one of those people who backed it at the very highest level to get everything in print, hard copy, blah, 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 blah. So, a lot of stuff like that, that being said, the market is there, but also I think the market is there for Daggerheart. I think the market is there for a Duality Digest. I think that if we did a magazine that produced new content every month or every 2 months, until we figure out how good, how to actually make this work so that we can meet our publishing deadlines. I think by the end of the year, we could have, put together a lot of really cool content, and that'd be really neat too. So, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff, and we have a really brilliant community with a lot of really smart and passionate people. And I say this not meanly. I want to take advantage of that. Not like I want to take advantage of that. I want to figure out a way to, to pay people and try to bring people along with us who want to help with this journey. As opposed to a lot of content creators who are like, hey, why don't you do a bunch of work for me for free? And there are people in this chat who over the years have offered to do stuff for me for free. And I pretty much always turn people down because I'm like, no, I'm not taking you. You already tipped me or you already pay me money in Patreon. I'm not letting you do work for me for free too. I think Daggerheart is in the C list of popularity. But what I will say is that the people who do like Daggerheart like it a lot. And they're obviously very clearly, thirsty for new stuff and for support. And I think that's a big deal as well. I mean, these numbers are not huge. I mean, think about what Don Pokey just said. Kelsey, who is one of the most wonderful people I've ever met in my entire life. She's genuine as fuck. It's incredible. She's just a gamer who happened to, like some old school stuff. She got 15,000 people. Think about how small of a number 15,000 people is. When you start thinking about how many people are in your city or how many people are in your county or your state or your district and then your country and then the world and how many people play RPGs. I mean, 15,000 is an incredibly small number. And yet, if you can reach 10,000 people, you can make millions of dollars while giving them something that they are overjoyed, to receive. You're not like fleecing them. They're so excited that you're making this thing. They can't wait to give you this money. I mean, the possibilities that the globalization of internet makes available to you can make some really cool stuff happen. And seeing the success that Kelsey's been able to have with Shadow Dark from both her original Kickstarter and then the second Kickstarter, and see it go to such an incredibly awesome person is really, really heartwarming. And it gives me some amount of faith that this model or this system actually works. All right, folks. I'm going to head out. Thank you so much. I'm sure I'll talk to you or I'll be on the Discord at least for the next couple days. But I got a lot of stuff to do before I leave for PAX. I got to finish up I wanted to finish up a couple things in here for the studio, and I have to clean out the rest of my garage so that we can park a car in there. It's still not completely clean after the fire, and my HOA has been yelling at me. Fun times. All right, everybody. Thanks for joining me. Thanks again to everybody who threw their support in here, to Philip, to Keith Orr, anonymously, C. Cav, Rick Sherman, and Cal. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate my Patrons. Remember, if you want to join the fun, check us out at patreon.com/Knights of Last Call. be in on the ground floor, get all the behind the scenes, and hang out with us and shoot the shit. We'd love to have you in there. Otherwise, I'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Take care, everybody.